Seeing none, so we're going to move on. And we'll have the reading of the district mission statement.
Ipswich Public Schools aspires to empower all students to be global citizens who are effective communicators, analytical problem solvers, and savvy consumers of information. We propose to do this through an emphasis on communication, critical thinking, creativity, self-management, perseverance, and collaboration. Students will be active partners in authentic learning, offering voice and choice and demonstrating competency.
All right, announcements and special acknowledgements. The school committee will present the FY27 budget to the Finance Committee on Tuesday, March 10th, and Thursday, March 12th, and probably Wednesday, March 11th also, at Town Hall. The next school committee meeting will be held on Thursday, March 19th at 7 p.m. here in the Middle High School Ensemble Room. And Monday, March 9th is a professional development day for all staff, and there is no school for students that day. Anything else?
Just congrats to the 4th grade class at Doyon. They did their annual school play last night, and to Mrs. Plants, the music teacher, they did an awesome job. It was really cute.
All right, next, go ahead.
I just want to throw in, I know winter sports just ended, so a couple of team awards that I just want to make folks aware of. The Cal Baker Division Champions, girls track, NEC Dunn Champions for the girls co-op ice hockey with Beverly. Cal Baker Division Sportsmanship Award went to boys swimming, girls swimming, boys basketball, and boys co-op ice hockey. Cal Baker Division Co-Athletes of the Year, Ange Tishambe and Alana Novello. Cal Coach of the Year awards went to Marty Bennett for girls track, Barbara Mahayek for girls swimming, Alan LaRoche for boys basketball, and Chris LeBlanc for the Beverly Co-op girls hockey team. That's very productive,
Awesome.
Successful winter sports season. There's a bunch of individual student recognitions as well.
Right, next, subcommittee working group and liaison reports. I'm just going to start, obviously hear a lot about the budget tonight, and policy met, but we're going to present at our next meeting to keep this meeting very budget focused. Anybody else have anything since last week? Okay. High school student rep report?
Not a ton, but, oh, sorry. We did do the elementary school survey, so I'll share a little bit about it, but I won't go too far into it. The biggest thing was the lunch was as far as negative things, but that's something that's pretty easy to, I think, work on. And then the other one was more recess, which isn't too surprising to me. That's just, I'm going to go through them more deeply at some point, but things were pretty good there. And then, you know, a lot of good things about teachers and stuff like that. So we were happy to see that. And the elementary school administration, they were helpful in doing that, so thank you. And not much else.
Awesome.
Jack, how was it sent out? Like, how did the students have a chance to respond to it? Was it
I
all grade
believe
levels?
the teachers sent it out, right? And then had them, so we got 110 responses, so it was pretty good. And it was 3rd through 5th grade.
Wonderful. And are you still waiting on middle school?
We haven't done the middle school one yet, no. I think Ms. Johnson was going to send it out, but he might have.
We do the middle school
cracks at
one,
some
yeah.
point.
Yeah, I love this, and maybe like, once you have it all, if you can be like, oh, looking across all the schools, this is the
Yeah,
2 or 3
consolidate it all
things
in.
that, yeah, really stood out for the district. That'd be great to hear, so thank you for doing that. All right, next up is finance report.
Good evening. In your folders tonight, the 2 monthly reports. First being the year-to-date for the fiscal '26 budget report. We continue to operate as expected and on target. We are in the 8th month of the fiscal year. And we have, if you look on page 25, just sort of, you know, cutting to the bottom line to be efficient. We have used about 65% of the budget, and we're in the 8th month, so that tracks just as a function of spending. And there aren't any additional, you know, items to bring to your attention from the ones that I did last month. So we are functioning as anticipated through the 8th month, or into the 8th month. The second report in your folder is the monthly report on balances for revolving funds, gift funds, and stabilization funds. I know both in Budget Subcommittee as well as at the full group, we've talked quite a bit about use of these funds and being able to maximize that use. That continues to be a priority. And so we are in good stead with some healthy balances across the board. A couple to call to our attention that we've talked about in budget, but just to make sure that we're, as the conversation may lead there a little bit later tonight. One of the talking points that we've had is the high school. The athletics, you know, user fee account, which is RO2, the first one in the second grouping there. We continue to see an appropriate balance for work through this year, but we're concerned about continuing to be concerned about what that end of year balance may be, and looking like you know, we're going to be certainly below how we finished last year from the high school revolving fund for sports. So we continue to pay attention there. A couple of the two larger funds that we talk about, school choice in particular, and circuit breaker, which is special education reimbursements. They continue to be as anticipated. We have a few more payments to get in before the fiscal year is over into circuit breaker, but that's the healthy balance at $1.4 million. School choice is $1.1 million, a little less than it was last month. Last month we had 1.16. This month we have 1.15. And the difference there is just some ins and outs of things that we are charging to that fund, but it's certainly a very modest use. The largest items that we'll be charging there, certainly as we close fiscal '26, will be employee health insurance. So are there any questions or comments about either of the monthly reports?
Just one reminder, Burley Fund. What is in the top row, Q12? The Burley Fund? I'm now familiar with the Manning Fund, but can you remind me what the Burley Fund goes to?
The Burley Fund is also a fund that supports libraries and library science work at the schools. It doesn't. It's a fund that is held by the Treasurer's Office. It isn't funded through FEFIS. The Manning Fund is, and so there is an offset in each of the schools' budgets under libraries. Like $4,000 or $5,000 each. I don't have it in front of me, but there's $4,000 or $5,000 each library gets each year from the Burley Fund.
Thank you.
And as you can see, we haven't charged anything there yet this year.
Any questions for Tom? Vouchers and bills just tucked under this.
There is not a voucher and bill report for this evening.
All right, now we are on to the FY27 budget discussion. So I was thinking Tom could walk us through the 8A document, the actions document. We can kind of listen through that and then ask questions from there and hit all the
Absolutely.
other items we need to hit. Okay.
So also in your folder, as Diana just mentioned, 8A FY27 budget actions. Following the format from a handout from Monday night, which are the budget actions, both ones that the administration is recommending, as well as just some other options, as we discussed Monday night. And then we had a budget subcommittee meeting this morning, and we got some additional support and guidance there. So if you're looking at the first tab, budget items dated today, 3/5, a couple of things to call out. Let me just, the orientation of the document, column A, B, and C are really just options. Option A, if you will, is the highest level of savings. When I talk about savings, or the reference to savings means a reduction in the budget and through other offsets or charges. And the higher amounts there at the bottom under net savings, those would be the recommended amounts that we could reduce the draw from the stabilization fund by. So the top column, which are represented in positive numbers, are savings to the budget. In the center there, you see three items that are negative numbers. Those are charges back into the budget. So a combination of the additions in savings and the additional costs net out a figure that we would then reduce the draw from the stabilization fund by. So walking through the items that are savings to the budgets. The first one, just as we announced the other night, that the town has agreed to pull the funding expected from the school department for the climate resiliency manager. Obviously, that's an amount that appears in all three columns. Next, we spent a little bit of time on Monday night as well, and the dollars necessarily haven't changed, but how we've represented them have based on Monday's conversation as well as some conversations earlier today. What item 2 represents is that we received notice last week, which is the third notice, which was good news, so albeit late, but it was good news. The town received information that the cost of health insurance is going down from what was originally anticipated, going down by about 10%, which was a little, alarming. But again, it's going in the right direction. So this is the third number that we've received on the cost of health insurance next year. We were first told a number of 22%, then we were told 20%, which is the number that we budgeted and presented a month ago in the February 4 budget. The savings that we're going to be realizing this year, next year, based on the new reduction, is a savings of approximately $190,000. As I presented on Monday night, the recommendation that the administration was sharing in a similar-looking document was that we could reduce the health insurance budget by $65,000. We could save $100,000 by not drawing so much out of school choice. And the balance would be offset through grants that fund positions and those employees that take health insurance. The grant has some coverage there in some cases, as well as revolving funds that have employees, paid for through those funds. Also, we anticipate with a reduced number of FTEs, there would likely be a lower participation in health plans. So we've sort of apportioned those savings, as you see here in columns A, B, and C, in three different ways. Column A sort of full savings, applying the entire 165,000 to a savings within the budget. That would necessitate a larger draw, meaning a drawdown from school choice, although consistent with what is in the budget from last month. Column B is also a number that you saw Monday night, and that is saying that we do not take as much from the school choice fund by $100,000 and only realize savings in the budget of $65,000. Column C is really to split the difference. There's not a lot of science there, but the committee had expressed concerns about creating a little bit of balance between bringing some savings into the budget, as well as a recognition perhaps that keeping as much school choice intact had some validity too. So column C at 115,000 means that was what would be a savings to the budget, meaning that 65,000 from column B plus 50,000, which is half of 100,000, right? So that's where those three numbers come from. The next set of items, row 3, the assistant coaches in the athletic program at high school. The original recommendation presented on Monday night was to realize a full savings by taking $82,000 out of the school budget and putting it back, if you will, into the revolving fund paid for through user fees. Column B represents not doing that, and column C is a representation of a 50-50 split, putting half back to a revolving fund and half charged to the budget itself. The next two items, which are also the same, no changes there from Monday night. Moving the cost of high school graduation back into school choice, and moving the cost of the NEASC accreditation for next year back into school choice, thereby saving $40,000 from the budget. Item number 6 is also the same as it was Monday night, the availability to use some school nutrition revolving funds to support the health content, or to support health teachers in the content that they would be delivering, because the standards would match up between the nutrition standards expected from the FDA and those that are consistent with the teaching expectations and requirements of the state DESE standards. While I'm on that point, I just wanted to shout out to Dr. Wagner for her help with that. I didn't do any of that. That was incredibly helpful. I did the math, but Tracy was incredibly helpful to get me to that fractionalization. Items 7, 8, and 9 are a revision of what was presented Monday night, but in the same sort of, the same sort of umbrella about how we could apply the school committee's new FEFI's policy with the expectation of supporting ongoing enrichment. Do we want to stop and talk about that, or we want to do FEFI's when we do FEFI's?
I guess, do you have that sheet that says where?
I do. That's also in the drive, but it's under the FEFI's. It's not in, it's in the drive as well. Yep. So do we want to do that now, or do we want to just talk about math now?
What do folks think? Do you want to pop over there?
I'm sorry?
I feel like, should we finish this list, like
Yeah, why don't
rows
we?
10, 11, 12?
Yep. I just didn't want to skip past it. So effectively for the three items in applying the new FEFI's new policy on distribution, we pulled out what would be considered, what could be appropriately considered ongoing enrichment, items that are presently covered in the school budgets that would be, that are not attached to curriculum demands, not attached to state standards or frameworks, but are truly enhancement or enrichment. Column A represents what that full view would be. We would be sharing between the two elementary schools a savings of $114,000, the middle school $146,000, and the high school $283,000. Those programs and the staff attached to those programs would remain. There's no reduction in people, there's no reduction in services, no reduction in purchasing goods and materials. It's just where we would pay for it wouldn't be paid for by the budget itself, wouldn't be asked of the taxpayer. It would be paid for with the new formula under FEFI, sort of an amount to be taken off the top prior to distribution to the Payne and Twig committees. And then columns B and C being the same, that represents a lower amount in phasing this in over 2 years. Sort of not quite 50%, as it's not. Because the numbers not, obviously the numbers are related to the costs of these services. Items, rows 10, 11, 12 are items that we're recommending be brought back into the budget. As shared Monday night, the reinstatement of the Winthrop School Counselor. New to the mix this evening for your review is the reinstatement of the .4 health position at the high school. And also you saw on Monday night on row 12, the moving of the elementary health teacher from a Payne grant into the budget. That was something the committee discussed at last week and probably a couple other times. I think if I steal Jen's phrase, you talked about righting the ship or something like that. If I'm
Course correcting.
course correcting, yes, that was something that we funded in fiscal '26 through the Payne grant, but as a required mandated service, it sort of generally and appropriately belongs a expectation of the taxpayer to fund. So by doing that, we're taking that out of the Payne grant, putting it into the budget, thereby also freeing up that available dollars to back to the Payne grant committee for their consideration when the applications come in. So the top 9 items represent savings to the budget, things that are being offset or charged other places. The next 3 items are adds back into the budget, new expenses brought back into the budget. And those 3 amounts under A, B, and C would be what the net savings would be for each of the scenarios. Scenario C, not to bury the headline, but scenario C is the one that the administration is recommending for this evening. And when you get to the point of talking about the budget itself, obviously I needed to present you with a bottom line budget number for your consideration. That's also in your folder. And that is based on the math and scenario C. But we wanted to obviously transparently show what the other 2 options could be like as well. And that's a walkthrough of the action items. Did you want me to go to the second tab, Diana?
Maybe any of the new notes underneath?
Sure. So the second tab, which is the budget, a summary, it's the summary page.
Sorry. Underneath.
Oh, under
notes,
action items, I'm sorry.
lines
Yep.
14 through
Yep.
23.
Yep. So items 14 through 23 under notes, they effectively represent my walking through verbally of each of these items. Could just call your attention, I guess, to line 22, which is certainly not something that I verbally mentioned, but line 22 representing rows 7, 8, and 9, which is the interpretation of the new FEFI's distribution policy. The recommendation here, as we discussed and presented on Monday night as well, was to be able to support what we know is appropriately needed and deserves to be funded, or at least as the conversations have gone, what's being called an athletic leveling for long overdue purchasing and updating of equipment and facilities. That is actually being worked on right now with the athletics department and the athletics working group. Dr. Blake and I have been shared with that would approximately come to about $200,000, maybe a little less, but so the recommendation here on line 22, and it's represented in our column C, would be from the, to use $200,000 off the top from FEFI's money coming in this year, and to have that as a set-aside for the athletics program. And that would be a set-aside that would live just for 1 year as we phased in this new policy, but be able to have the resources that would be necessary to support the athletic program. Now, that does, by $200,000, lower the amount given to the Payne Committee, just so we're all appreciating the other effect, right? The other shoe drops there. But I think this is something that lots of folks have long spoken about. So that is a recommendation that we're bringing forward as well.
Is that a change from Monday?
It is not.
The mechanism by which that $200,000 gets to the athletic.
I think we need to talk about that.
You
Yeah.
guys still need
Yeah.
to approve
That can be their
This is-
recommendation, we need to talk about that.
That's on another
Yeah.
sheet coming up as far as what that
I jumped
looks
ahead.
like. Yes.
No, that's fine, that's fine. But-
Nancy,
So,
I'm
but
sorry.
that recommendation hasn't, the recommendation to make that $200,000 available for the athletic upgrade hasn't changed.
No, correct. I was wondering if the mechanism was different, but I guess
The
we'll get to that.
mechanism, yeah, yes, it probably has since Monday as the conversation has evolved. And but it's fleshed out here in these three options, these three scenarios. The last thing, just to say it again, which is line 23, the town has made available to us an additional $50,000 through what's called the overlay surplus. That was also shared on Monday evening, as the town manager shared that with me last Thursday or Friday. So that will represent itself also as an additional source of revenue. It doesn't impact any of the budget items, but it comes in as a source of additional revenue, which in turn, we are able to then draw down less from stabilization. That's that, yep.
The question before we switch sheets, does anybody else have a question first? Anybody else have a question on this first?
I do.
Okay.
I have actually two questions and a comment.
Let's
but-
start there. I think you were ready to go to the next sheet. Okay,
I
so
was,
let's
yeah.
stop for some questions first. Go ahead, Paul.
Well, I'll wait till the next page and then I think. Well, actually, no. I appreciate the flexibility you all have done. I'm struggling. On February 4th, you presented kind of the original budget, and you had a lot of reductions on people. It seems like you've brought some of them back. From
Yes.
that original position of reduction to where we are right now, it still appears that we haven't gotten all the way back to zero, if that makes sense.
What do you mean by zero?
Well, so Doyon had a .5 FTE teacher, I hate the term FTE, had a person that they were going to get reduced by half of their workload.
Correct. So
And that
you're right.
person doesn't appear to be put back in.
Correct. There are only two reinstatements.
Right. So the way I read this, though, from the original budget you proposed of 41,879, 911, we're down, and that's why I'm skipping ahead to your bottom line on the next page. Looks like we've saved a ton of money. So why is the decision not to bring those people back? Right, I guess.
Great question. I think what the ton of money I think you're referring to is the budget offsets, because we've moved,
Right.
while we've maintained the same, the word I'm looking for, positions as was presented
Yeah.
on February 4. We've taken things out of the operating budget
Right.
that would require us to have funding from the community, and found other ways to support those.
Understood. It was an inelegant way of what I was saying when I say a ton of money. Let me be more specific. Your item C, 466.95, under what your original budget of 41,879, 911, which then takes us to, with C, a new budget number of 40,995,000. So there is a significant difference in the budget of the proposal to the budget that had reductions of people.
That's true.
And so my question is, why didn't we bring the people back? Why do we still even continue to reduce the budget more at the expense of people? And we've heard from, I think, the community, and I agree 100%, that physical education is critically important. And yet we're still reducing 2 half-days of physical education in both schools, as best I can tell. But we still are, even now, even more under budget than the budget that drove us to reduce those people. So my question is, why didn't we bring him back?
Can I answer that? Because we talked about this a little bit at Budget Subcommittee. We can look at this as a one-year budget and say, oh, look, we found,
Right.
you know, these savings. When we look at the override calculator and we see, again, it sounds sensational, but $20 million, you know,
Right.
deficit in the coming years, that's why, you know, and the position you're talking about, a little nuance, it's a retirement, not a,
No, understood,
in
but
and of
it's an
itself.
absence of a person. Regardless of how that absence happens, whether it's retirement or us saying to the person, I don't want to bring them back. I feel strongly that, I understand your point, right? And when I look at this thing, $460,000 of preventing that cliff in the out years, right? You're mitigating that cliff. But at the expense of a full person spread across those 2 schools. I'm not sure that trade-off is worth it, and that's what I'm saying. My thought is, I understand the thought is we're trying to prevent the future school as big of a cliff as we can. I'm just not sure that those 2 people are that big of a cliff for us to worry about right now. That's my personal opinion. I understand why, I just don't agree with it. And the other thing, at Feffy's, I think depressurizes the pot a lot, and we've talked a lot about Feffy's. But Feffy's is a magic 8 ball. Feffy's, what will we get this year? You know, not clear at this time. You know, and when I went to the website on Feffy's, it hasn't been updated in a year, even though they're supposed to do quarterly updates. The membership roster on the Feffy's on our town website is outdated too. Our school committee's nominated 2 members to the Feffy's committee, and then we should do it every 3 years.
we do.
Okay,
Yeah.
but we shouldn't have to wait annually for the magic 8 ball to drop a number on us, right? And they used to, up until a year ago, every quarter tell us kind of what the fund was doing, but their distribution policy isn't on the town website either. So how they decide that number is not visible to the general public, and I have issues with that. Because without transparency, predictability, collaboration, it's difficult for us to try to mitigate even more the cliff. Because I think that there's a lot of ways to do it, and I think that Feffy's offers us a way to off-ramp a little bit. So I'm sorry, I got a little ahead and I didn't, but when I look at where we were at from 0, we've done a ton of good work, you have, to find the savings. And a ton of research has gone in. I'm in deep admiration for the work that went into that. But I think we stopped short of the goal line, in my opinion. So I'll leave it at that.
Let's get into the, if we may, 'cause I feel like we could get stuck on some things forever. Like, I'm sure people are going to want to talk more about the physical education concept. Let's hold, like, those items. Maybe, I hear what you're saying, let's just get into that, like, what that would look like next year with this proposal, until after we get through kind of the numbers.
Okay.
Can I ask
Feel
a
comfortable
question?
with that? Yeah.
Line 20 on the reinstate for FT health position. What is that adding instructional support to elementary schools
So
pertain to?
one of the thoughts that was, we're in the area now
Stick?
Okay.
of, trying to think more and more creatively, and the notion was floated this morning, to see how we can increase potentially PE time at the elementary school. I think what we heard loud and clear from the other night was that school committee members felt very strongly that we not reduce all of the PE time taking into consideration the daily schedule of the elementary schools and time available for fitting everything in, essentially. And so one of the notions that was floated just this morning, and it hasn't been fleshed out at all yet, was the notion of potentially bringing back that health teacher, because in the conversation that we had earlier on, there was discussion about having a PE teacher, and two of them are here this evening with us, potentially picking up a health class each semester. And so the discussion this morning was, well, could it work if we brought that health teacher back, and instead of them picking up health here, is there a way that they could help down at the elementaries? And I don't, the initial reaction was, well, I don't know what that looks like, and we can take a closer look at it, but, we know that the high school schedule is different from the elementary schedule. We know that it's difficult, that we have a hard time now with our band and strings program and the teachers teaching down there, and how that affects the elementary schedule. So we're just trying to be creative and figure out how can we make this work, understanding that the school committee's been very clear that they want additional PE time at the elementary level, more so than the original reduction of 0.5 in each building, but perhaps not a complete reduction in 0.5 in each building. Because again, as we've discussed, and I think Alicia had put in her email to the school committee, there is a time frame, right? There's only so many minutes in the day, and so we're trying to see how we can continue to provide additional PE movement time along with the other time constraints that we have in terms of the addition of health. So that's a work in progress, something that we can commit to saying, yes, we're going to figure out a way to provide some additional PE time or movement time during the elementary schedule. I don't know what that looks like, but it's been made clear that that's what we collectively need to do as an administration. And as we've talked about many of the different positions that we've talked about, schedules don't get done until April, right? And even the high school schedule bill doesn't get done until much later, so.
Yeah, the way it read, I was thinking it meant like instructional support for health, because it followed that line, so just wanted, yeah. Thank you for clarifying.
Anybody else have a question on this page?
So just to clarify, that line 20 and 11 that you just read, the 24,022 number is the 0.4 brought down from 1 to 0.6.
Difference.
It's the difference.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
dollar value of reinstating that position, yes.
I think I brought this up on February 4th, and I just want to say it again, is that, and I appreciate sincerely the out-of-box thinking about how to crack the nut on PE and health. I don't think they're interchangeable skill sets. And I think that I still remember my PE teachers from when I was young. They're a critical component to the growth of our children. So I don't know where you are, but great job. I don't think that just them stepping into health is necessarily the smartest thing in the world too, because they're completely different conversations, completely different trust mechanisms with the students. I'm not saying that they can't do it. It just, I think, puts both in an awkward situation.
To clarify, that reinstating the health teacher would
I
prevent
know
that
it's something, I'm
crossover.
responding to something Dr. Blake said. So, but I said that February 4th. I want to reiterate, I haven't changed my mind on that, I don't think, so.
So at Budget Subcommittee, we talked about if we bring back the .4 FTE, can you find $24,222 somewhere else? I don't see that illustrated here because that would change the number in the Excel row 17.
Row 17?
Number 9 is what I'm saying on those.
No, it doesn't change the number under row 17. What it does is it's a finding of these resources in other parts of the budget that don't exist as a single cut.
Right. But right now, it looks like we're adding that position back without offsetting it. The ask was find where you can find $24,000.
Jen, why would we need, I'm sorry, Jen, why did I say that, Diana? Why would we need to offset it, I guess? That was the question I was getting at. We're already driving
Correct.
$460,000 under our original budget. Why would we need an offset
Correct.
to bring us even further below our original budget? Other than the fiscal cliff in the out years, it seems like they've done a great job trying to mitigate that fiscal cliff up to the tune of $370,000. I don't know why we would need to find another $24,000 to offset getting underneath the budget.
Have an answer for that?
I think to minimize getting close to the fiscal cliff.
Right.
Like
Understood. I mean, but
these cuts, as much as some of them are painful for all of us, are just the beginning of what's going to happen next year. So at Budget Subcommittee today, I'll just own it, that, it, like you, Paul, I think it's very important to keep PE as much as we can in the elementary school. And I also believe that the health teacher should be reinstated and teach health and not have gym teachers teaching health in the high school. So we asked at subcommittee, I said, what about adding,
yeah.
not taking the .4 away from the health teacher? And could we creatively think about if what we were told on February 4th was that if that reduction in the health teacher is going to cause sections of health need to be taught by PE teachers, but we put the health back in, why not have those PE teachers possibly help at the elementary school? The problem is that could be a bigger issue. It could be a bigger issue. It hasn't been fleshed out. It's a building change. It could be contractual. So this is an idea that was discussed, so it's not something that's permanent or happening, but to be creative
There's a
so
ton,
that the
yeah.
PE teachers are teaching PE, the health teachers are teaching health, and somehow we get more PE in the elementary school.
So there's a ton of creativity in here, and I applaud the work that went into it. But on February 4th, we were unhappy with a budget that met our budgetary constraints at $41,800,000. But we were okay because that was our budget, and we'd actually reduced it enough that we felt pretty confident about it. Now we've reduced it by almost another $500,000, and we're looking for offsets to keep it under. That's the issue I have, is that on February 4th, with the elimination of all those positions, we were under budget. And now we've gone even further under budget, brought almost all of them back, and we're trying to find an offset to keep us $500,000 under budget, under the budget that we were okay with a month ago, or not a month ago, 3 weeks ago, I don't even know. Seems like a month ago.
Pretty much was.
So,
A month and a day, really.
and I don't, future Paul doesn't want to worry about the cliff, so I appreciate us looking after him. But I think trying to find this incredible amount of savings I'm stunned we're at 460,000 under that original budget on February 4th. That's amazing, and I know a lot of it came from health. But that's an opportunity for us to, I think, to bring back those positions that we were uncomfortable about cutting originally, and still recognize, even if we brought, well, even now with that 24 back, we're still at $460,000 under that budget, which I think is a success story. And it seems like we preserved nearly everything that we were anxious about back then. That's the position I keep making. In my opinion, we don't need to find an offset to keep finding more and more savings. I think we've been good stewards with the town's money and our future at that number. But if you add the remaining positions that didn't make it, I think we're still comfortable. I would feel okay with that.
What is the number for a PE FTE? I know it's a retirement, so it would be lower than what we were presumably, right? Lower. What is that number? Like if there was a reinstatement of that FTE for PE? Or a rough number?
Yeah, we budget, when we budget a sort of a placeholder figure, we budget what would be master's step 2. I believe that's about $68,000 off the top. I can look it up precisely, but we budget master's step 2 as a placeholder.
I'm concerned if, knowing what we're facing, every time a reduction is presented, we just say, put it back in. I think that might, not necessarily that, just adding positions, I'm wishing, I want to keep our eye on the future.
Yeah.
And next year, like, we could put everything back. Next year, we could be having this conversation again with these potentially same positions, potentially other positions. I think we asked to see, we didn't like these, what have been termed student-facing reductions. So where else can you find that? And that was the ask. I asked it, okay, like, we'd like to see the .4 put back in. So find that somewhere else. Find it somewhere that is not directly with a student. And I kind of was verbally told, like, yeah, we can make that happen. I'm not seeing it here.
Yeah.
That's where my pushback is. I want to see where that flexibility might be.
Diana, I appreciate that, but why stop there? I mean, I guess I think with people and student-facing positions, contact positions, those are not, and I know you're not implying this, but I don't think they're those kind of decisions that we're making. And why stop at 490? Why not just make it $1 million? We're going to keep finding offsets to $1 million, and then ask people to double tap somewhere else. There's got to be a place where we go, you know what? I think our kids need this, and we should fund it. And if through the collaboration with the teachers and Dr. Blake, they go, you know what? We don't need it. Okay, great, but that's not the message we're hearing, I don't think. And so that's the point I'm trying to make, is the message that I've seen and heard is that we need it. And so I think to keep trying to find offsets, we're at the point where we're not even taking meat off the bone, we're taking bone off the bone now, if that's an expression, I'm not sure it is. But now we're just at people, and to keep driving to a number of savings to prevent the future cliff, which I appreciate, but I think that at some point, we're lean enough, at least for this year. And I think even adding those positions back in, we're still lean enough. I can look my neighbors in the eye and go, listen, we did the best we could with the budget, and we actually came in under what we thought we would based on really creative stuff. And we're able to keep kids with their teachers. And I feel that's a success. Because if we're going to try to find 24,000, Feffy's is the only place probably that we could maybe find some stuff in, but I will get off the podium now.
So would it make sense to go, like, I know you weren't here Monday.
I watched it, though.
I believe you
4.5
did.
hours
A big bowl of popcorn, did you have that?
I did.
So after Monday, after getting more information from Alicia Thomas, from different collaborators, administrators, another budget subcommittee meeting today. Would it make sense to look at this as a whole, because now there's different proposals being made and things being added in. Let's go to the other tab on this document and see what these changes bring. And I think we have to talk about FEFIs and then come back to the issues that we had, piece by piece. You know, there was the issue of the 4th to 5th grade bubble year. There was an ESL teacher at Doyon, and see where we are with those and what has been done and researched this week in terms of the entire budget. But I feel like if we stop now, we're not getting to the big picture. Does that make sense? And then I do agree with Diana. We spoke earlier today at budget about finding that 24,000 for the health teacher, and I thought that was being found, not added back in. So,
It was found.
okay.
We have a surplus in some of the fixed costs, again, related to really insurance. I didn't make an adjustment yet, although I did today, to retiree insurance. So we have a savings there as well of about $40,000. So a very clear place that can be articulated and pointed to continues to be insurance, this time for our retirees. That's also not as much as it was. The big nut, of course, is active employees. The much smaller cost is our retirees, but there is a supplemental savings there as well. So that's where I would recommend it, because it's going to appear as a surplus when the costs are flushed through next year for our retirees.
Okay.
That's great. So where, is that in either tab 1 or tab 2 here?
Well, it'll be on tab 2 under fixed cost.
Okay. That's where that is.
So that's why I wanted to answer your question, but there was other questions that came up in the middle of it, so I figured I'd wait my turn.
I mean, does it make sense for everybody? Like, we go over this next tab?
Yeah.
And then we talk maybe more specifics? Go to big picture and then go to
I'm with me.
slide?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so the second tab is the summary sheet, the summary page of which is the first page of all the budget documents, but it's the page that you've seen certainly last year and this year. The far right-hand columns N, O, P, and Q, represent this evening's proposal dated March 5, and flushing out all of the adjustments that were made reflective of column C under budget actions, right? We see sort of what is the net result of the ins and outs in each of the programs. We have 13 major programs or cost centers, from the Doyon School at Program 1 down through the central office at Program 13. And we see how they flesh themselves out in a net effect. There is with us bringing on the savings in cost to each of the schools, we have demonstrably brought down the cost of the increase projected for Doyon. And the other three schools, Winthrop, the middle school and the high school, we have brought those down into reductions effectively. And these are all offsets principally driven by the interpretation of the new FEFIS policy, as we're bringing on $389,000 in FEFIS money that are principally used to offset these enrichment costs, right? That's principally where we're going to see those savings as they are applied exclusively to the 4 schools. Those savings are not applied anywhere other than to the 4 schools. The next line after the high school is what is now the reduction in the athletics program. If you recall, last month, or the February 4 budget had an increase to the athletics program of about $114,000. Now you see an increase to the athletics program of $72,000. That represents bringing back or reinstating half of the $82,000 cost of the assistant coaches, right? Column C represents a splitting of things that we would charge to the budget and things that we would charge back to a revolving fund. Probably where to look at, Diana, to your question around fixed costs would be line number 11. And line number 11 is where we're going to realize some savings that is related to the reduced rates shared reduced rates for insurance. Our retirees are also covered through a Blue Cross. So Blue Cross is where the rate reduction came through. So the sum of all the activity in the changes that are being recommended brings the budget effectively down from its month-old budget to this new figure of $41,419,216, which represents a net increase to the cost to the budget appropriation of $424,000, which is just over a 1% increase. Looking down at in the larger blue box with today's date on it, March 5, 2026, is how that sort of fleshes itself out. This is pretty much an updated, a summary of the sources of revenue, sources of funding streams that by which we receive funding for the $41 million. What is not new, there's a couple things in here that aren't new, and there's one thing that is new. So the town contribution, with information we received on January 28th of $40,120,745 has not changed. The town manager's request of an additional $100,000 be cut from our budget. It hasn't changed, although there are additional resources now coming in from the town. But I didn't want to zero that out because I think showing a history of our thinking over the last month is important. So I left that in, even though the net effect could zero that out and it would be the same math. We were able to use, back in the original budget from January 28, our Governor Healy's recommendations for Chapter 70, which shows an increase of $111,000 to Ipswich. Here is one of my last points from the prior spreadsheet, the school share of the overlay surplus. If you recall, on the February 4 budget, that was at $100,000. The town manager last week shared with us that he's able to support us with an additional $50,000. So that now is at $150,000. So that's where that figure comes in. And here is really one of the driving factors that we have been strategizing on for a couple years, and certainly in earnest for most of this year, is how the school stabilization fund, how it relates to overrides, how the overrides relate to the larger restrictions and larger limitations of town resources, including what we anticipate bringing to the voters in a year and a half or thereabouts for a new elementary school. So our desire, our strategic larger picture, one of the drivers was to do everything we can to minimize the annual drawdown from the school stabilization fund. And we have been able to do that with the adjustments that are being made and presented this evening. The February 4 budget called for reducing, called for withdrawing out of school stabilization about $1.6 million. The budget you have before you tonight brings that down to withdrawing from stabilization $1.1 million. And I think that can't be understated as, I think the term you used earlier, Paul, was good stewards of the taxpayers' money, and I think that can't be understated. As we seek, and as I know I don't have my crystal ball fully polished, but I'm sure we're going to hear next week from the Finance Committee about things exactly around our capacity to extend the life of the stabilization fund and to not have those needs, operating needs, overlap with the new elementary school, to not hit the taxpayer too much in too short a period of time. So we're trying to manage both of those areas. So this represents a drawdown request of $1.1 million. So the cost of this budget is in balance with the available resources at $41,419,216.
I have a question.
Of course.
I apologize. So on the second tab, revised town contribution, 13026 from town manager, reduction of $100,000. What, on the previous tab, there's an addition of $50,000 from the town?
Yes?
Are those mutually exclusive?
No, that appears, the additional $50,000 appears under the 3 or 4 lines down,
Oh,
Jen, where
the
it says school
overlay
share
surplus.
overlay surplus.
Okay,
The prior budget was $100,000, it's now $150,000.
right.
Okay. Questions on this tab? Go ahead, Paul.
So it's not much different, you know, and than what I said before. And yeah, getting to 1.137 is great. But as I was talking about future me and future kids, I don't think we should also look past our current kids and the impact that continuing to drive under, and I think you said acceptable budget, I can't remember the term you just used, this is, but so was the one on February 4th. This is just more better than the last one, if that's English. I was an aerospace major. I'm not coming, you know, I'm willing to listen, but I still haven't come off my original point. And the fact that, and I'm frustrated isn't the right word. It's interesting, we keep finding money. And I appreciate you continuing to look, but we found a ton of money between February 4th and now that caused us to go through a lot of emotional gyrations. And we just found $40,000. At some point, we've got to stabilize on the finding money, right? I mean, and I'm not, it's not a criticism. Please don't take it that way. But it's no way to go into asking us to finally approve a budget when we keep finding money, you know, and on February 4th, had we had this number and the creativity that's gone into this, then we'd be in such a better place now than we are. And I can't say with 100% certainty there's not more money out there that we haven't found, you know, and so maybe we're even further underneath, you know, and that's the conundrum I find myself in right now is we're protecting our future at the expense of now. And I'm not sure I'm super comfortable with that.
My fear is, and maybe you can weigh in on this. You guys did a pretty creative job last year, I felt like. You did a wonderfully creative job this year. How much more creativity in the coming years are we going to be able to conjure up to save that money? I mean, I don't know if I have an answer for that, but I'm afraid that if we aren't smart about this, and I'm right there with you when it comes to teachers and loathing anything that resembles a cut, but are we going to be able to keep doing this magic year after year after year trying to find this? And my fear is that's going to get harder and harder and harder. Am I right on that?
Yep, I think you're spot on, Matt. I think that, you know, we've been, we've been able to be very creative this year in terms of, you know, changing up the FEFI's policy.
Right.
And opening that door as a source in which to maintain services and things in the budget, but offset them with using FEFI's funds instead of the operating budget, the appropriated budget. I think this funding cliff, we all, you know, we've been talking about it for several years. I think that there are a couple of large things on the horizon that we need to take a look at. As, you know, starting the day we get this budget passed from the voters, I think we need to look at our grade configurations at the elementary level and what that might look like. Are there any savings there? We need to look at our delivery of special education services. Are there any way to have some savings there? You know, any kind of, you know, grade configurations, administrative configurations, you know, I don't, there's, we have to look every place for how we can continue to provide the service. I mean, Ipswich has been extremely fortunate for many years. In the sense that we've had funding available to us pretty readily. You know, we have the additional funds coming from the FEFIs that other towns don't have, but we've also been able to maintain very small class sizes throughout the district, all levels. We've made changes over the years to different, you know, different teamings at the middle school. We've started to look at class sizes at the high school, made some reductions there. And we're gonna have to continue to do that, because this isn't, unless there's a different way to fund public education, this is gonna continue. We don't have the resources to maintain what we've been able to maintain for many years if we're getting out of the override business.
Matt, I agree with you 100%, right? I mean, yeah, but I think the least, in my opinion, the least creative way is just cutting people. You know, and I think, triangulate me. No, you know, and so I think, you know, conversation I've had with Dr. Blake when I checked in, you know, about reimagining class configurations, you know, reimagining scheduling. I think there's other ways to go about doing it. I think, and, you know, if we're at 1% right now, I also think it would be helpful, and I don't know how to do it, is to have somebody from FEFI's here at these conversations. You know, it is so that we can understand the realm of the possible, you know, because nothing in the public sphere talks about that.
I can share a lot of that.
Right.
So the FEFIs themselves are the managers of the trust.
Right. Yeah, I understand.
There's a formula that they use every year, and we learn in the mid-fall,
Right.
I'll say, what the distribution is going to be, and it's based on the last 12 quarters. And so without going into the whole formula, because I don't know it myself.
Well, it's not
but-
public, and that's a problem that I have with that. And
Yep.
so I've done
Yep.
all the,
Yep.
everything, and I don't know who they report to. Who's their,
Well,
are they like the Federal Reserve?
I don't know who they report to.
Well, that's a
but
problem too, right?
They handle the funds.
Right.
And the management of those funds.
What if they're mismanaging? Who puts their finger on them? I'm not saying they are. I mean,
I'm sure they're all audited. So, but it's almost two separate, in a sense, it's two separate entities. We get an annual distribution from them. Once they say to us in the fall, we anticipate this is what your distribution is gonna be. Then we get a follow-up confirmation letter saying, this is your distribution for the next year. Once they hand us that check, their job, in essence, is done. And then it becomes a school committee, school district issue. So just over the time that I'm here, 9 years, that fund has more than doubled.
Yeah.
Over 9 years. Not the
No, it
fund,
hasn't.
the
It's-
fund,
yeah.
the
interest.
distribution.
Contribution.
the
Yeah,
annual
right.
Distribution.
Right.
And so we're getting to the point now where, and I've talked about this for several years now, where it's difficult because the original FEFI's policy was that folks would write grants, and we had some extremely innovative grants
Right.
that were written, and some great programming that went on in the district. And if after a year or two, they were deemed to be successful programs, we were supposed to bring them into the budget. And so we had all these grants being written, people coming into the budget, and then the last couple of years, we've said, well, we can't maintain all of these things. And so that sort of started some of the conversations. So now, this year, given the situation that we're in, school committee, FEFI's working group of the school committee rewrote the policy
I don't mean to
in
cut you.
order to provide this opportunity with us so that we're now able to carve out some money from the top before it goes to the Payne Grant and Twig Grant committees so that we have the ability to maintain some of these programs.
Yeah, I understand all that. I guess the point that I'm making is, and you kind of highlighted a couple times, one, the governance structure of FEFI's is unclear, certainly, and anything on the public's. Their formula is unclear. Which it shouldn't be, because they reference it in the public sphere. I've done a ton of research on it, and just like we revised our policy to take advantage, and I think that's great. The growth of that fund has been remarkable. And I'm so thankful that back in 1668, Mr. Payne left that money for us. And I'm tracking through '06 and '12, I've got the history. But it'd be nice to sit down with them and talk about their distribution policy as well. And just once a year, whoever's in charge, talk to them instead of the magic 8-ball giving us a letter saying, here's your number. Because I would love to have that conversation about how do they derive the number. And when I look at their list of who's members, it's outdated as well. So I don't even know who's on it. And so that's an issue for me. If we're talking about creative ways to prevent the cliff and fund the school moving forward, one of the key components of it is FEFI's. And yet we can't have a dialogue with the people who manage that money. Or in the month I've been here, and I'm glad it's not that long, I don't know how many times you've sat down with all of them and said, okay, can you explain your business model to me? I'd love to know it. Because they're custodians of that money on behalf of us. It's not their money, and so I'd love to, it's like giving your money to a money manager and then saying, okay, just tell me what's going on. And if they were still publishing their quarterly reports, that'd be awesome, but they're not doing that anymore either. So I'm super thankful that Payne in his wisdom left it to the Ipswich schools. That does make us unique.
So they came June 5th of last year, and I just popped in our agenda planning document to think about having them back,
That'd
end
be
of
great.
this year. I think,
Yeah,
having
like a
them
Q&A.
annually is a great idea.
Yeah.
May I offer a perspective on your notion of found money? Because I want to make sure that we're,
That was the term you used, so you said we found the money.
well, we did.
Okay.
But I want to make sure that the appreciation of where it was found and the implication of how that rolls itself out.
Yeah.
That our capacity to find this money has more to do with offsets than by actually making reductions to services, because we're not.
Okay.
What we're doing is a big portion of the money that we were able to find, I guess, or to allocate in a different way, has to do with bringing on, as of last Thursday night, almost $400,000 in FEFI's money.
Sure.
We can't, that's not really found money within the budget that let's now bring everyone back, right?
But I guess,
I don't mean to be coy about that, but found money really isn't, or my thought or my perspective isn't necessarily that we've been reducing the number of services, right? The cost of doing business is the same. We haven't reduced the cost. We haven't reduced what we're going to provide.
Yes, we have, though.
Well, we have, but I'm talking about between, with this found money. We are still providing these services, but we're paying for it differently. Case in point, one of the first notions of a handful of weeks ago was to take out of the budget the $82,000 for the assistant sports coaches and put it back into the revolving fund. Now, we could interpret that as a budget reduction because it reduces the ask of the taxpayer, but it isn't reducing the services being provided to the kids.
No, but the reason I brought that up back then was to reinstate the positions that had been reduced at the expense of bringing those JV or the sub-varsity coaches into the budget. That's the whole reason that I said I don't understand why do we bring them in at the expense of these? And so we did bring it back out, and we still haven't brought these back in. And I'll let the meeting continue, but I appreciate. Sure. Again, I go back to it. I've got deep admiration for the way you continue to find creative ways to reduce the cliff. I do. And Matt, I'm 100% on with you. At some point, it's not reallocated money. I won't use found money anymore. We're not going to save money. It's going to be people or services or other income streams, which just seems more problematic, right? But we're not there now. We've actually gone way under what we thought to reduce the cliff. So we're not at that point. Maybe next year we are. But I think we've got down from 3 to 1%. I mean, that's great.
Well, and I think that's also part of our charge, or at least that's been my interpretation as part of our charge, to prepare for what we know is coming, prepare for the difficult times that are ahead. This is, we know that fiscal 27, we've known for over a year that fiscal 27, when we were building fiscal 26, we were having conversations about fiscal 27 and 28. When we're now building fiscal 27, we're having conversations about 28 and 29. So we cannot not live in that world of appreciating what's next. And that's what makes us, expected to monitor these expenditures and to monitor the resources that the town gives us. I don't believe that the town is shorting us anything that's on their side of the ledger.
No, I don't think so.
So I don't think we can go and storm the Bastille to get additional resources from town hall. So we need to preserve what is within our jurisdiction.
When we talk, where are we in where we want to move this along? Because I want to ask a question about what was just highlighted in terms of the movement from the athletics revolving fund to the athletics budget. So obviously we have the 3 proposals here, A, B, and C. My understanding was that initial request to make that shift to not paying for those positions out of the revolving fund was, like, I think Sasha spoke to this on the night of the 5th. That request was initially made, obviously, before we knew what types of cuts we would be up against. So if you have to preserve funds in order to not make those cuts and to keep those positions, and I understand why you're trying to sort of split the difference here in terms of what you've landed on, but if we're talking about $68,000 for a full-time PE teacher, and you don't make that full movement, you're already at $41K towards that amount. which I think that, again, that request was originally made, but not at the expense of those kinds of things. So obviously, I think that all of that came up in budget subcommittee. That's where that topic was raised. So we were not privy to the backstory of that request. But if that's accurate, and that's what he represented on the 5th, then would that be an option to move that back?
To move what back?
Instead of splitting the difference, you put the full 82K back in the revolving fund.
So Tom and I have spoken at great length about philosophy behind revolving accounts and, you know, where to take money. I think I'm finally starting to understand the complexity, but what he's been trying to say is that, as he said, like the revolving fund is, athletics specifically, is dropping quicker than we're refilling it. So if we said, let's put, you know, continue to fund things through that, that's going to be zero. So that's coming into the budget probably next year. So can we, you know, option C tries to split the difference, which I appreciate, because again, I'm still kind of in between philosophies there. But I think if you're saying, well, we just, quote, found 41,000.
I didn't say we found it, just said we're not doing what was originally suggested, which
Yeah.
is move how it's being paid for.
You're wondering why we're not doing B?
Right, or,
Okay.
right.
Yeah, I guess I'll let you speak more to that, Tom, but basically it's just preventing it from getting, it's balancing getting it, not draining it so quickly, having it as an option, but knowing it's also
Yes,
not going to continue to be
I understand
an
the
option.
concept. We discussed it at the last meeting as well. But again, what I'm looking for is the spirit of the original request was not, we weren't, like, if you're weighing that original request against the cuts that are being proposed, I felt that the conversation steered in a direction that was sort of like, we wouldn't want to make those cuts, wouldn't want to make this shift if it meant that those cuts would happen.
So I think, I hear what, I think I understand what you're asking or saying. The moving the coaches from the athletics revolving fund into the budget, that was proposed in my proposed budgets, along with the reductions in the various staff positions. It was all in my proposed budget when I made it that first night with the administrators. Trying to look at the bigger picture overall, you know, in terms of the system, you know, we felt that we as an administrative team felt that we could make the staff reductions that we were making. We've had lots of conversations around that, but we also felt that it was appropriate, and some members of the school committee felt that it was appropriate to bring the sub-varsity coaches into the budget, understanding that those are really things that the public should be paying for, just in very broad strokes. And so we did that. The other sort of piece to that puzzle is that the revolving fund is being depleted faster than we're able to fill it. And that's because we have the athletic fees. We have a number of students that are on waivers that don't necessarily pay fees. And then our gate receipts, those are the two ways that really fill that revolving fund. The expenses in there are continuing to increase, so we were trying to find a way to offset the revolving fund by bringing some of this into the operating budget to soften the blow on the revolving fund, because we know that we're not going to be able to continue supporting all of the programs at the level that we currently are if we don't have the revenue to do that. So, for example, between last year and this year, we've had additional transportation increases that we have to pay for through the revolving fund for athletics. They now require 3 refs at basketball games instead of 2. So there's an increase there that also comes out of the revolving fund. So all that to say, the revolving fund expenditures are increasing, and we know that we're not going to be able to sustain that long-term, and then we're going to be looking at program cuts because we don't have the funds to support them. For example, some of the other things that come out of that are pool time at the Y. That's a $12,000 bill. Ice time for our co-op ice hockey, $16,000 bill. Those costs keep coming up, and that impacts 5 students on the hockey team. So at some point, we have to look at those kinds of things and understand that we're not going to be able to maintain the service level, I guess, is where I'm going. And so we're trying to figure out how we can do that and meet everybody's needs. Otherwise, the other option is to look at user fees, which I think is the other area that I didn't mention earlier tonight. You know, looking at user fees for everything, transportation, sports, you know, if we look at instrument lessons, whatever fees that we currently offer, you know, or charge folks, we may need to look at increasing those moving forward as another area.
So to answer your question a little bit and just go back to, you know, February 4th was the presentation, and I think we were all, and I'm not going to speak for Sasha, but I kind of am, when I say on February 5th, when he said, well, then take that $82,000 for the coaches and put it back in the revolving account because we still need to get to a number and these cuts feel not so good. I think what he was saying, and we discussed this a little bit today, is we can this year and maybe split the difference, and that's why you see column A, column B, but the athletic revolving account will absolutely go down to 0. Hence, my continued discussion about a subcommittee that involves budget subcommittee to look at athletics and what we're spending and, you know, funding what we value. But to Dr. Blake's point about earlier, and it was in, I think it was in December, to ask from the perspective of the budget, you know, where do sub-varsity coaches fall? You know, they're part of a collective bargaining agreement. We've, in the past, you know, booster programs have paid for assistant coaches, and, you know, how are we going to fund athletics? And it made sense to put it into the budget, and that's how it got there. And if for this budget cycle, we think it should go back to the revolving account, just know that we have to make major changes, whether it's fee-based or how we collect them, to have a revolving account where we can actually pay for things like referees, like transportation to away games, which seem like a user fee application. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I think what Sasha was saying was, whoa, there's some cuts, let's move that 82,000 back into the revolving account so that we can use more of the appropriated budget where we want to. I believe that's what he was saying. And I think, I'm not sure how to move the conversation forward item by item, but I think we as a group have to decide on these lines specific to the issues that we talked about on Monday. We've gotten a lot more information. and then talk about the FEFI's application and where our comfort level is.
What lines do you want?
Dr. Blake, can I ask just a clarifying thing on your, I don't,
Paul, microphone.
I'll use my Marine voice now. The, how, is it fair to say that the athletic budget is roughly 600K a year? I'm just trying to, like, the entire athletics department. Because I see a number of 571, but I don't see the athletic director in here, so I assume it's missing something.
What
Unless
page
that's
are
in
you on?
professional salaries. What's that?
Up at the top,
Okay.
it's the very first line.
So the 571-ish, somewhere under 600K is the entire athletic program per annum?
For FY '26? Yes.
Okay.
571.
571, that's this year.
Right, no, I can see the increase from 468 and 24 all the way up. Okay. I just think that is, Matt, to your point earlier, that's where our opportunity lies, I think, in the athletic program. Figuring out creative ways of funding that. Because it's enhancing, right? It's not a requirement, and I don't want somebody to misinterpret. In my opinion, it's a requirement.
Right.
But it's not a state requirement to have an athletics department, is it?
It is not.
Okay, so it's enhancing by its very nature. Okay.
I also, I thank you, Dr. Blake, I fully understand the rationale, and you spoke to it, we've talked about it quite a bit, around, wanting to be fiscally responsible, and the idea of drawing that fund down to zero is not optimal, but also at the expense of a position that impacts 700 students between both elementary schools. If this is a place where, versus impacting the users, in terms of the coaches and the people who are playing on those teams, to me, it's a prioritization, I guess, that I'm not comfortable with. I would,
Are you referencing the PE?
yes,
Okay, I
yeah.
just wanted to be clear
Which,
on
I mean, I'm making the example of whatever you want to compare to how we would find that money or bring that money back for that position. It doesn't have to be this, right? We're just talking through this as an option. But if I'm comparing and trying to prioritize, and again, I'm not dismissing the point of not wanting to draw that fund down to zero, but if it's that versus, and the impact, like how many students does it impact? If we're bringing the decision back to student impact, and I fully appreciate all the examples that you just gave, there would be an impact to students if we aren't able to offer the programming the way that we're saying we want to through that fund. But the coaches, those assistant coaches, are directly involved in providing those services to those users. So if you're comparing it to I think I've made the point. For me, that's how I would choose to prioritize those things.
Yeah, I agree with that, Haley. I think that's a good point, that it involves the 700 students that go from both elementary schools. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in the discussion or material or however I got this information, it's going to, if we take away that 0.5 per elementary school PE teacher, it cuts the PE classes in half for the schools outside of pre-K. Is that what I heard this morning? Tom, was it? Yeah, we've had so much information from all different places. I'm not sure exactly how I.
Depending on grade level and the configuration, it's a matter of time, but yes, it was going to be a significant reduction in the number of minutes of PE that the students received each week.
Right.
What we were trying to get to was to be able to provide at least some of that back knowing full well that all of it does not fit into the schedule?
Is a possibility to do, grades 4, and this is not something I'm super familiar with in terms of, I'm not familiar with any PE classes that I've instructed because I've instructed none. But grade 4 and 5, could they have one PE class a week and the other, pre-K through 3 have it twice a week? Could it be shifted like that? So, the kids that really have so much of that energy and need that sort of,
I think that within the building, that is potentially possible in terms of scheduling, but you're looking at doubling, well, no, you didn't say that. I misheard you. I was going to say, I thought you were asking 4 and 5 to have like a class together, but that's not what you said.
No.
So, okay.
No.
I think it comes down to the schedule and how the time is scheduled in the day.
yeah. Because if 4 and 5, I checked with my daughter who's in 4th grade, she has PE twice a week. Is that correct? Okay.
Every other
So-
week, she has PE twice a week.
PE twice a week.
Your fourth
PE
grader
twice a
has it,
week, and then
PE and health.
PE and health.
Okay. So if that's cut, if like 4 and 5, it's cut in half, but it's left the same from grade 3 and below, is that helpful? Like, is that something that's doable, or?
Which would be, you're suggesting, is there a way to maintain what's happened this year? Is that what I'm hearing?
What's happened this year for 3 and below? And then 4 and 5, maybe it's not as much PE.
Yeah, which is
That
what
was already
happened
cut this year to accommodate for the health standards.
Yeah.
So they had more PE time last year, and then the integration of the health teacher and the health standards, the upper elementary gets less time than they did last year already. So I think what you're trying to understand is, what would the additional FTE cut, how would that impact those grade levels differently, right? That's what you're trying to understand.
Yeah, I thought I heard 50%, which seems like a lot.
Do you want to, was there, recap the discussions that we were told occurred?
Yeah.
So I actually have, I'd like to invite
Yep.
Lori Benincasa to go up to the microphone.
There. So I am Lori Benincasa. I'm the assistant principal at Doyon. Mr. Whitehouse Mullen is on leave right now, so we had the opportunity to talk with the PE teachers and health teacher on Tuesday and brainstorm some ideas about what this might be able to look like. It is currently slightly different at the two schools, so to say exactly what is happening now versus what could potentially happen, we'd have to talk about Winthrop and Doyon a little bit separately for right now. Health looked a little bit clearer. It seemed like it'd be easier to schedule half-hour blocks of health from K to 5 at both schools every week. So that was a little bit cleaner and clearer. What we were looking at with PE then would be options for potentially extra PE at certain grade levels was one configuration of that. So that is similar to what you're saying.
Yeah.
Everybody would get a 45-minute block. That's not a problem. There is extra time in the schedule to allow some additional PE, but there's not enough to give 2 45-minute blocks, obviously, a week to all grade levels. So could that be a second 45-minute block at certain grade levels? The PE teachers echoed some of what you're saying right now. They would like that to be with the younger students. So there's some agreement there, and that's in line with what you're saying as well. How many classes we could do that with, or grade levels we could do that with, would be a scheduling thing. Would it be 2 45s, or would it be a 45 and maybe a 30-minute block for the second one? To be able to allow more grade levels to access that, that all would come down to scheduling, really.
And that's with the .5 reductions at both schools?
Correct. It would not be as much time as they are currently getting. But that is with the .5. There would be the ability to schedule more than just a 45-minute class one time a week at all grade levels. There is a little more time than that, but not enough to do it for everybody.
So can I just clarify, because what we're separating out now is something that I think has been focused on as a budgetary constraint, right? We have someone retiring, we're trying to offset the budget and save costs versus what you're talking about, which is a scheduling challenge, right? Which is different. So I think it's important for us to understand what the driving factor is around this, right? Is it budget or is it scheduling? Or both? I mean, it sounds like when you're, okay. So even if we came up with the money to keep the teacher, to keep the FTE, and we table the budget conversation around that, what you're saying is the constraints of the schedule are problematic, and PE is the place that you go in terms of trying to figure out how to move things around in the schedule.
Not necessarily. We have it scheduled this year.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you're talking about keeping the exact same people, right, not people, but FTEs, we already have a schedule that we're using, so maybe I'm misunderstanding your question.
No, that's it.
I
You've
think that
answered the
was the
question.
answer.
But I actually have a
It's still not, it's not twice a week PE for the upper grade levels. They're alternating with health right now.
I understand that. No, we're talking about maintaining what's happening this year. I understand the departure from what happened last year due to health standards. Yep.
Okay. That was a question. I was
Okay,
gonna
yep.
ask.
Anything else related to that?
That's great, thank you. Yes, you may.
Haley's point, the reason that Lori brought up the schedule is because, let's say you have just that one person, they have the entire school once a week on that like weekly schedule, right? Which I had sent you guys what that looks like, so that's why I'm drawing it in the air here. And so let's say they are all seeing one class, each class once a week, then that means that there are some extra holes that are there that can be filled in, right? But there aren't enough holes there to fill in where you can fit the whole school in twice. So where she was talking about schedule, it's because once you try to absorb that 0.5 FTE into that one, you can't fit that whole person's schedule in. So it would be more kind of like how the foreign language schedules were in previous years, where it would be like one trimester you could get 2 PEs, but the next trimester you wouldn't. Like it would have to work around that way. So it was more that the reduction to squeeze it all in would end up being a schedule thing.
Yeah, no, I fully understand. I mean, what I'm hearing, and you can clarify it, or Dr. Blake, you can, is that the driving factor is budget. Because the schedule, as you just said, works. It worked this year. Yes, there was the reduction to upper elementary, but that wasn't a budget driver. That was a response to the change in standards. And so we had the whole conversation last year around global language and needing to make that adjustment, and that was a programmatic shift. That wasn't a budget driver, right? So now we're on to that decision has been made. We see what the schedule looks like this year, and now we're talking about what is the budgetary impact to this? And that's the driver of this decision. Yes, the scheduling is hard, but it's already happening this year. So that's not the issue. That wasn't the impetus for this being proposed. It was we need to find money in the budget. Where do we go? So I guess then my questions become, what other options were considered to address that budget gap? Like, why did we go to PE? What other options were evaluated? What was the criteria for how we prioritize those things? Why was that the program that we went to? That's what I would want to understand in terms of the process that went into how was PE the thing that we decided if budget was the concern.
So I think two pieces. I think it was a budget, a budget issue, a budget driver, in that we knew we had a retirement there, so that was a position, that was a place where we looked that we could not backfill somebody at the top of the salary schedule who was leaving. And we've already reduced the amount of PE that's happening this year, so that was an opportunity to say, okay, if that's already happening, then we can look at that as a place for cost savings, because that's what's happening currently.
No, but this is a reduction to that. That's what we're talking about. It's not,
But some of that is already happening this year. That's what we're saying. We've already reduced the amount of PE from last year to this year.
But is that what we want? And just because of a retirement or anything else, should that become the new normal? Or is that something that we should try to recover from, I guess? And I'm confused on what the position was. Is it something we're comfortable with that reduction and that's the new normal? Or that was just a contingency schedule? Really, that 0.5 makes the difference. And, now I'm not quite sure where we stand on that. And I'm with Haley. It's a budget, and if we don't need that person because we like the new normal of the reduced PE schedule, then
Well,
school needs to say that.
I don't know that we like the new normal, but there's also only so many hours and minutes that are
the hours are in the
teachable
day.
in-
The hours
in-
are in the day.
Right, but in order to, go ahead. No, that's
So
fine.
there are only so many hours and minutes in the day. So as it is right now, some of what used to be PE time, and I'm new, as you all know, but some of what used to be PE time before my time here is now health time. So our PE teacher was teaching more before the health rotation was added in. So we are underfilling her schedule. She is not teaching as much as she had been.
We were told, though, that they weren't getting planning time appropriately before, which I would suspect is
We
not
have that
compliant.
now.
And the
Yes,
room in their schedule that was made due to health gives them that planning time. So it's not like they have a reduction of students. They now have the time that they should have had before.
So is your position, if you had the 0.5, you couldn't use them?
No.
Using them now.
I'm trying,
Yes, that's,
Yeah, they're using them now, like in
okay,
our
that's what
current year.
I'm trying to understand, because
it's
I'm just getting
little
confused
confusing.
every time somebody says something.
So-
So the 1.5, we should stop calling it, so it's a total of 1.5, right?
No, it's a total of 1.5 at each elementary
Okay.
school.
1.5 at each school.
Yeah,
That-
presently.
That's on the
Oh,
block.
sorry, yes.
Yes, that's right. So in total, it would be 1.5, right? Because we're talking about adding a 0.5 to Winthrop, a 0.5 to Doyen.
Not adding, maintaining.
I'm sorry, maintaining, yep. You
It's
caught me in
very
my own
confusing, I know.
words. I don't want to find that money. You are currently using a 1.5 model at both schools? Okay. And if you went down to 1, that would have impact on the children? That's, okay, that's all I needed to know.
That's all we need to know. Good. Can I make a good clarifying?
Well, I asked a couple questions that weren't answered, which is, what other considerations were there? What other programs were there? Why PE?
Is PE not a standard? Is that why it was looked to?
No, I think, when we put the budget together, it's not haphazard. We don't look at, I mean, we look at class sizes, we look at what, what the needs of the building, the needs of the students are. I mean, there isn't necessarily a given checklist that we go through to say, did you look at this item? Can we get, can we, we look at the entire system as each building builds their individual budget. And so, I mean, I can't say that instead of PE, we did X. I couldn't, none of us could tell you that tonight. I mean, we put together the budget over months, and then as we sit as an admin team and look at all of the reductions, there's give and take as far as what we think we can manage in presenting a budget. In years past, I've asked the administrators to build their budget based on what they need now and in the future. This year, we didn't have that conversation. This year, we knew we were coming in with a $1.2 million hole that we had to fill. So it was a very different conversation this year.
I think it's probably also fair to say, Haley, in that mix, that the only place to look at, which was which would be the only place for consideration, were the specialists. So if you're saying how would we weight some of the specialists against each other, and why did PE sort of, bubble to that? And I think that's what Brian was referring to, right? The classroom content, the core content of the classroom isn't at jeopardy, because that's taught by the classroom teacher, or co-taught, facilitated, and so forth. So it really becomes a conversation which could be prompted in a different way if you wanted us to look at, art, music.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that.
That's where the only other places to really go to.
Right, but I'm not suggesting that the school committee should be proposing that you would look somewhere else. I'm asking how you guys made the determination that that's where you went. Did you look at those others? Like, was there a possibility to say, well, instead of cutting PE time, we're gonna reduce all specials by 5 minutes, or whatever? But all of those kinds of suggestions, again, would stem from if this was a scheduling conflict, which it isn't. We're being told it isn't. It was someone's retiring, and so that's money that we could easily have gone to. Sure. And I understand that, and I understand the budget implications, but that decision then is not, the impact to students wasn't vetted.
I think what you're, like, there have been some other retirements, in the wings. You're wondering why those are being refilled and this one is not.
The impact to student is what I'm focused on.
Yeah, but how that impacts students.
Sorry, your friendly contract speaking. So contractually speaking, when there is a reduction in force and the district is considering a reduction in force, they need to do that by attrition first. So the contract states that you need to look at things like retirements before you do a reduction in force elsewhere. So the first step, if the district is following the contract, which, is that you have to look at the retirements first when you're considering reductions, as far as whether or not you're going to fill those, and if it's possible to still manage the budget by not filling those positions, because that's how the language is in the contract in terms of reductions in force.
But it doesn't direct,
It doesn't direct that you
right,
need
it
to.
says
It's
look
that-
at it
that
first,
the-
right?
It's that the district, I can't remember the exact wording, I just looked it up, but it's that the district takes
Yes.
effort to try to do that way first. And
Makes
that's part
perfect
of it.
sense.
So that's why they first are supposed to look at retirements when they're considering these things. So that may have been where that might have started.
And I would speculate, having negotiated many contracts over the years, that's why that language is there, and to derive us to that. And quite frankly, there's a level of what I'll call success, for the lack of a better term, with that as the impetus.
Sure, but to Haley's point, a PE teacher is 100% student contact person. I mean, it's not every single student interacts with that position. So I appreciate, we always want to take not advantage, I don't know the right word. As a retirement, that's always a good place to start and analyze, do we need to backfill that position or not? Because it has less impact to people who are counting on a job. However, if it's a critical position that's retiring, we shouldn't just go, well, that's a retirement, let's move on, right? I mean, I know that's but that's, I think, the spirit of the contract, right? Is to give the schools, that's the first place to look, but if there's a reason to keep that position, then keep it. But you should start at a retirement, right?
Yes, and then they would have to justify that to the union when making that reduction.
Sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
so just to name the teaching and learning counterpart, to what Alicia shared. So yes, and also to answer Haley's question, teaching and learning hat on, the standards changed for PE. The standards didn't change for any of the other specials. So in PE, the state brought in the comprehensive health standards and lessened the amount of standards that were in PE. So if we're told to make budget cuts and there's a retirement and we look at that position and the standards have changed, so they're less in PE because they've added in comprehensive health, we knew pretty early on in thinking about what that change might look like, that a consideration might be a change in the amount of PE. Do we want less PE time for students? No, absolutely not. But if I'm looking through my particular lens, which is of course my job, I would say that since that's the special, that's the number one content area out of all of them where there was a standards change in the balance, that is also where we would look. And that countered with what Alicia shared was the lens by which we looked at that.
So your position then would be that if you had to cut a position, PE would be where you'd start?
Because,
I know, I understand standards,
yes,
there, but
of the
that,
retirement and because of the change in standards, knowing we absolutely do not want less PE time for students.
no, but that's two different sides of the coin, right? I mean,
Yes.
so if you're saying if you were told that you had to reduce the budget by even 10,000, that budget reduction would come through, the first cut would be the PE teacher. And
Those two lenses, it's why it made sense, yes. Yeah.
I'd like to talk about the cost of the PE teacher, the .5 at each school, at the two elementary schools. Would the cost be $30,000 per elementary school to keep that .5?
Or
What would be the higher?
68.
To reinstate, yeah, so in the budget, if I'm looking at the right line, it's a negative 30,000.
At
Deduction.
Doyon, negative 40 at.
Okay, so totaling those up. So I think that's where it comes down to is,
I think if you look at it like that, that's the net of the 3% increase to the, right, so it's not exactly
The
that.
salaries are going up, obviously, for the remaining staff. The salaries are going up through
Okay.
the union, through the collective bargaining agreements.
Okay.
So that's the net figure
Okay.
between the increase in salaries and the reduction in the position.
okay, so, but if we were to reinstate those .5, it would go up $30,000
What would be the cost?
and 40,000.
68,000
68,000, right.
All right,
for the
60.
salary. There are
two-
other costs,
Between the
obviously,
two
but-
elementary
Total.
schools? Okay, so I guess that's what we have to, that's what the decision we have here, right? It's on us to say, okay, is that $68,000 worth it to have the PE time with the elementary school kids? That's on us. That's on us to decide. How are we feeling about that? You know,
Well, and I think that's the point that Paul was making earlier, was the budget that we saw a month ago was $41,879,911. The budget being proposed tonight is $41,419,216. So we have a $460,695 differential.
right.
So if we're talking about $68,000.
I'm saying yes, I think it's
And
worth
again,
it.
I understand the point that was made earlier in terms of the override and the longevity of this. But I think the other points that have also been made is that we need to do some serious strategic thinking around grade level configuration, administrative configuration, special ed, fees, athletic fees, user fees, all of those things. Those things can happen, and to your point, the death by 1,000 cuts in the meantime, do we need to make this cut for $68,000 this year, right now, before we have a chance to put task forces together to have those conversations? My feeling is absolutely not.
I agree with you.
I agree.
That's what I'm saying.
So,
You're much more concise.
And that's what we need to find out, is where we all stand. Because that's the dollar amount, those are the consequences. This is what we're deciding tonight.
and I think, Haley, what you were getting at with the 82,000 in coaches is, do we keep that in the revolving account and add in a gym teacher?
Or the half. I mean, the half gets us 41, gets us very close to 68. So then we're finding 24,
To
whatever.
reiterate my
whatever.
point,
I just wanna-
it's not, I don't even think you need to do that. I think the question I was proposing earlier, that Haley summarized better than me, is that we are $460,000 better than we were on February 4th. And so we could be 400,000 better than we were on February 4th, hire the PE teacher, and not touch anything else that's in the budget. And we would still be at 400K better. So that's my point. I don't think we need to worry about the offsetting
So
anymore.
we've spent a lot of time, probably better than an hour now, talking about a .5 PE and a .5 PE.
Which is important.
Absolutely, absolutely, that's where I was going. Of equal import are the other reductions that we've made that we haven't spoken to. So I'm a bit worried that now we're going to say, well, we'll bring this back, we'll bring other things back. There are other staff reductions in the proposed budget. So
I'd like to comment on that. So I think in terms of the PE, you know, we now have a wellness policy. Are we acting in line with the wellness policy by reducing PE? I think we're kind of like beating it to death, what's gone on. We had PE in the elementary schools. State standards came through for health. We had to reduce PE. And now we're looking at, because of a retirement, not backfilling and reducing PE even more. I don't think any of us feel good about that. Or is it in line with the wellness policy? And are, you know, kids that are not experiencing organized, you know, PE, are they going to end up with social emotional needs later in life because, or in middle school, that we're going to have to pay for at some other level? I think, how do we feel about an even further reduction in PE as far as, you know, funding what we value? I think we have spent a lot of time talking about that. And in terms of the other issues, and it's not about adding everything back in. I think there's other commitments that we would ask that the administration make with Dr. Blake about what's going to happen in the future. And we talked about, you know, analyzing a split configuration and what that means for cost savings. Obviously, you've heard me talk, we have to figure out athletics and how we're paying for it. User fees. I think we also mentioned in an administrative presentation early on in the budget subcommittee, looking at the high school class size, and do we need CP1 and CP2, or do we reduce there, and what is the cost savings there? So I think there are big issues that we need commitments for, that we don't necessarily have to add anything back, but is this the one issue that, like, we've, you know, ad nauseum discussed, because I feel like it's important to a lot of people in this room and at this table. So should we look at finding $68,000 to reinstate a PE teacher, but also not have it, I don't know how to say this with tab number 1, but look at, you know, take Sasha's recommendation, put the coaching $82,000 back in the revolving account, and kind of figure that out later, because we have to figure that out, but not offset the budget and fund what we value. I don't know, like, how comfortable are we with that?
I think it's important to keep the PE 0.5 in each elementary school, in the elementary schools.
I have one more question on that, just practically speaking. So clearly everybody here and probably elsewhere values activity for kids. I just want to hear the flip side. Is anybody thinking, I'm asking this from the administration, that having more time in the classroom or elsewhere would be of value?
having more time.
Like if we continued with the original proposal and kept it one FTE at each school, there would be found time, you know, in the schedule, comparing this year to next year. Would that, quote, found time be of any value?
It would stay the same, and they would have their requisite preps, as was discussed before.
No, I'm talking about for the students. For the students to not be in as much gym.
Well, when I asked
It
before what
wouldn't
the drivers for the decision were, nobody said we need more time in these other curriculum areas. That wasn't offered up as a rationale for the decision.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear that officially, that we're not missing anything.
As far as finding the 60,000, I can find it. Column C, row 13. We've got a $460,000 surplus. I say we reduce that to 400,000.
Where are you?
Easy day.
Right.
Tab 1,
Right here.
Right.
So the mechanics of the spreadsheet, if I could suggest just, this, mechanics of the spreadsheet would be under, items 10, 11, 12, we would
Right.
add a row 13, add a new row 13.
absolutely, that was my point, right?
That
says
had a
60,000,
negative number as an expense.
Right, which would-
Charged into the budget.
which would reduce the,
Reduce those bottom three colors
13.
by whatever number we put in, by 68,000.
right, which would still be under our original budget of February 4th by 400,000.
Recognize Principal Mitchell.
Say something, there's been a lot of talk about the elementary school PE, but there hasn't been any mention specifically about the math teacher that retired this year that we're not replacing. I just want to put on the table, I know we're late in the game, but if this cut remains, I didn't know until today we were going to be talking about reinstating positions. We could lose personal finance, we're going to lose AP computer science, we could lose sections of pre-calc, class size is going to go up at the high school. It's something else to consider. I haven't heard, everyone's been talking about health and PE, but no one's asked about math at the high school. So I thought I would be remiss if I didn't bring it up right now, that I think very strongly that if we're talking about bringing positions back, that you talk to the principals and see what we want to have come back before you discuss it amongst yourselves.
So, John, can I just say, don't go.
Sorry, John, I'm new to this whole thing. Could you name and position the school?
John Mitchell, principal at the high school.
Okay, thank you, John. Yeah.
But I want to go back to the February 4th presentation. And I don't think, that doesn't stand out to me as a concern. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling right now to try to find it.
Who's in the pre- yeah.
High school budget highlights. I remember clearly that there was a math teacher, strategic
1.0
reduction.
reduction, yes.
1.0 reduction for a math teacher. Reorganization, reductions, adjustment, discontinue virtual high school offering, I remember that. Discontinue outside PD peer mentoring, reductions in all department supplies, materials, including graduation.
Yeah, it's not in here.
Yeah, I don't see it, so I don't,
1.0 production.
No, it doesn't.
Of course, there's going to be,
Strategic reduction.
Oh, yeah.
this is
right,
to make really tough cuts. And so I was in the mindset of making tough cuts, and that's what I did. But now I'm hearing that we could be adding positions back, and no one came to me, no one asked about math. People want to put in 0.6 for a health position. We don't need that 0.4. We need a 0.4 in math. We don't need it in health.
so I just want to say, this was presented, I don't ever recall hearing no AP computer science.
2 people in it right now. We would probably have to cut that anyway. But
Okay,
class
so-
size is going to naturally go up because the dividend, the numerator's staying the same, the denominator's changing. So the class size is going to go up.
And so that was explained to us that the average class size in the high school is about 12.
But
And I
not a-
know it's different with AP and whatever levels we're talking about, but I understand the concern, but this is not something that I was aware of. So what else, you're saying AP, computer science, and what other class?
The class size is going to go up in pre-calc, probably. We might not be able to offer honors physics because we share a math teacher with the science department who teaches physics and math. So we'd have to try to steal math sections back from science. So we could offer AP physics and then CP physics, but no honors physics. We'd have to force those kids to take either AP or CP2.
So you're saying that if the health teacher is 0.6, would it be your plan you'd rather a 0.4 math teacher?
I would rather add 0.4 to the math department somehow, yes. we already have a part-time math teacher, she's a .6. It would make sense to make her a 1.0 if we have that .4 to play with.
It's all amazing information, just trying to comprehend it.
Yeah. And no personal finance class would also be, I'm sure parents would complain that there's no personal finance class.
Yeah. How long have we had that one?
Personal finance?
Yeah.
Long time, since I've been here.
You said forever?
You shouldn't have to go to the mic.
Interim Director of Student Services, but high school employee for the past 16 years. And I've sat on school council for, I don't know, 8, 9 years, something around that. So I think one of the things that we're always also keeping a watch on is the fact that the state standards have been shifting and moving, and the state graduation requirements have been shifting and moving, which includes looking at whether or not there could be a future requirement for a personal finance or a financial literacy class that would be a mandatory graduation requirement. Although it hasn't come forth from the state yet, there is continued talk of that, and that is something that if we're future thinking, we have to be mindful of in our planning.
And we're already doing it.
It is not a mandatory class right now. It is an elective math class right now that runs 2 sections. With that said, we've been talking about, as a school council for a while we're watching the different graduation requirements put forth by the state, that may be something that has to get folded in the future.
Yeah, this is a point that I'm sorry, that was more addressed here. This is the point I brought up, I think, 2 meetings ago, where funded versus unfunded requirements. And we got into conversation about the budget that was initially presented versus the budget that was constrained, and what's the prioritized list for the school district of those things that weren't funded. And now we're doing an unfunded requirement list in real time. And I don't feel super comfortable with that. I mean, this should have been hashed out a long time ago, where these are the things that fell below the funding line, but this is my number 1 priority or my number 2. And if we have funding and we have these decisions, we're bringing things above the line. And now we're literally doing stream of consciousness unfunded requirement. And I don't mean that in a derogatory sense, but I think this should have been, there should have been, these were things we wanted but below the cut line, and here's the prioritization of them and the costs, so that we could have a comfortable number that we would bring above the line. Because right now we've been talking about bringing PE above the line, but the point is, well, why not math? Why not health? I mean, there's a lot of things, and so doggone it. I mean, what's the district prioritization of those things that weren't by above the line, below the line? I'm talking about the funding level. Things below the funding level, I'm unclear as to where we're at on that. And to your point, it is the first time we're hearing about math, but, in the public sessions, I'm not, it's not a finger point at all. But we've heard about the health teacher and PE, because that's been something that our constituents, the parents, have been very concerned about. But it's important from a administrator point of view. This is where I think my critical shortfalls are, if I'm not funded at levels that I want. But if I were king or queen for a day and I had another 100,000 drop out of the sky, which we're actually actively talking about right now, this is what I would want it funded as the principal of the school. But it's more than that, because there's 5 schools competing for it, or 4.
I'm frustrated because I was not aware that this was even a possibility. And so.
Well, I certainly always think.
A couple hours, and it's almost like I'm a patient in a hospital while the doctors are all talking about me and deciding what to do, and I have no input about what to say.
Well, sure. I mean, there's always opportunities to advocate for your budget. I mean, and that's why we have tons of open sessions, but it's okay. You're right. We are.
So obviously, the superintendent and to Dr. Blake and Tom, we've been talking about adding these positions back in have come up. So what would the normal process be for you all to then go back to the administrators and have those conversations? Okay, so what's been requested from the school committee is to take a look at the health. We're hearing a lot of response to the health. Mr. Mitchell, how does that sit within your prioritization? Is that are you guys collaborating in that way? Is that typical?
We've had several conversations since the budget was presented and over these discussions. And we've responded to the questions that have been asked by the school committee. As far as a deeper dive, no.
So we made the request to look at that, and obviously you guys responded to it and put it back in based on what we asked for, what the public has asked for, but without going back to the administrators to discuss it in order to get that direct feedback.
We did bring up on the February 4th meeting, when all the presentations were made by the leadership, PE and health was a central discussion in front of all that about bringing them back in. That would have been a good time to maybe reopen the conversation. But it's important to hear it now. I mean,
Yeah. So,
where do we go from here, I guess is the question.
yeah, so one thing I'll say, and I had no idea that a .4 math would have been an offset to the reduction from 1 to .6 health.
Folder.
I'm looking at the slide, I see, reduce 1 FTE math teacher. I know it's strategic, it was a retirement, but it never occurred to me. The loss of an AP course, or, I know we have talked about, we have kind of a nice small class size here in Ipswich, and maybe that was something to look at, higher level in the future. So I want to say, I'm sorry you're frustrated, but I didn't understand that. And it's certainly important.
Well, it's probably self-evident to you. I mean, you live it every day, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but without an impact statement of reductions, which would be helpful on these, in the future, reduce reorg 1 FTE math teacher, impact, bam. And that way, when we start to look at, is that an impact we're comfortable with, right? But I agree with Jen. I see this and I go, okay.
Yeah.
I don't see that adverse impact that you're living, and I think that's where the information disconnect is happening.
All right. I think, why don't we put this conversation about, it sounds like we have, maybe want to dig into what to do about elementary PE, high school health, high school math, right? Are those the 3 items I'm hearing people want to figure out? Okay, let's just put that aside for a second and jump to the, well, I guess 2 things. Number 1, and maybe they're related, but we have outside of those 2 decisions to make, and one is how we go about the revolving funds. So if we, again, with A, B, and C, we're on what Tom has labeled row 3. If it's the full amount, none of it, or part of it. Let's hold on that. The other thing we have to talk about is the FEFI's money. I think once we kind of understand where we are there, then we can go back and have more of this discussion. And what I'd like to do is, with different scenarios, figure out what our bottom line would be, maybe plug it into the override calculator. So starting with the FEFI's categories. First, can you walk us through what you have put aside, earmarked as category 3?
Where are we looking at the document that we were working off of last week, or is that captured somewhere in?
It's a document in tonight's folder, 8B, FEFI's distribution. With today's date, 3/03/05. I labeled the tabs a little differently to be clearer. So the first tab was last Thursday's document, which was prepared by Sasha as part of his presentation. Didn't touch that at all. I just threw the date on it, February 26th. And then I think the next tab, which I think is what Diana is referring to or asking about. This is a similar approach to what we presented on Monday night with adjustments based on Monday night's conversation, to really have a a thoughtful look at things that would be truly categorized as enrichment and not at all the type of things that would need to be maintained as part of either expected or mandated delivery of educational supports. So that's what column A and B are here.
Sorry, which tab are you on this?
The second tab called
Second tab.
Ongoing
Ongoing,
Enrichment,
okay, yep.
FY '27.
Okay.
So the elementary, elementary shared, the enrichment, music enrichment instruction and instrument and support materials. This is a fractionalization of the teaching staff that is not the music, that is not the music core. This does not in any, so nothing on this page changes staffing levels. Nothing on this page changes the delivery or the time on learning or the content to be delivered. It just pulls out the difference between mandated and curriculum driven expectation with enrichment. It gets a little clearer in the middle and high school as some of those subjects get more diverse. So both of the columns represent the cost. My charge was to come up with something that looked like $550,000 that met that expectation of enrichment, and that's what column A represents. So column A, for the shared elementary, 114,000, which would be shared as an offset, really shared between both schools. 146,000 at the middle school for music instruction, music enrichment instruction. I'm making sure to capture that word because it's not driven by content or curriculum requirement. And certainly instruction in the high school, drama, performing arts materials, music enrichment, and then instrument and support materials. And I pulled that category, pulled that line expense from each of the 4 schools, thinking that, the cost of instruments themselves and the repair of those instruments, we're pretty lucky to have the resources that we do with much of musical instruments coming through FEFI's now. Whether it's, the purchasing of new instruments or getting them repaired or rotated in a cycle. So column A represents the goal of hitting 550,000. It gets to 543,000. Column B represents the phasing that I was calling it in order to pull out or carve out an appreciation from some FEFI's dollars to be able to set aside either 200,000 for the athletics, leveling. That number then nets out to be a pull-out for, I guess, year 1, doing this over the course of 2 years, of a total of 389,000. Both of these are represented in the columns on the budget sheet, the action budget sheet, as columns A, obviously, and then here column B is actually column B and C because it's the same suggestion for columns B and C on the other document. And that,
Go ahead.
so if you go to the next tab, which is FEFI's March 5, that then is sort of an update to the document that Sasha had shared last week, just representative now of these figures and representative of the types of things that the committee had discussed as a whole, both Thursday and Monday, and budget subcommittee conversations, and principal meeting on Tuesday morning. So in this notion of, buckets A, B, and C, which I was calling allocation 1, 2, and 3, the types of things that you see here in columns A and B, both, are representative of what we were driving or what we're recommending that we drive this conversation around, especially with being able to access so-called bucket 3 on the ongoing enrichment piece. So these figures here are represented by the prior worksheet for the totals of either the 543,000 or the 389,000. And then that sort of, backs from the bottom up. The allocation 2, which would be ongoing programmatic enrichment, the types of things that we shared both last week in Sasha's presentation as well as Monday night again, the type of things that have been certainly enrichment, but the types of things that we have routinely seen, have been routinely applied for, and are a great benefit to the schools, particularly, obviously, place-based learning, field trips, the principal-driven professional development planning, kindergarten swim, and college boot camp. Those were specifically identified throughout this process. And some of the dollar amounts have changed there for the sake of obviously meeting the total allocation, as well as what was sort of my takeaway from some of our conversations, to be able to preserve as much as possible, to be able to give the Payne Committee and the Twig Committee enough of a resource so their work has some fidelity too. Now, allocation 1, or bucket 1, I guess, then realizes these sorts of dollars. That in column A, Payne Committee would have 100,000, column B would have 160, Twig 50, or B 100. We see here that we've set aside, or at least in this version, the 200,000 for the athletic leveling, and year 2 of the drama and dance instructor at the high school. So one of the things that I think is useful here is to see, how we are able to appropriate or to parse out some of the FEFI's, distribution that is compliant with the policy that the school committee passed last week, as well as to be able to give some heft to things that have been, ongoing and appropriate, and a noticeable offset to enrichment costs that the budget has been bearing for years.
Thank you for going through this. But for the Payne grant line, instead of having the athletic leveling as its own line with 200,000, that's a Payne grant.
Correct.
It hasn't been approved yet, so I feel like that should be, we should just add that $200,000 to the Payne grant line item. So instead of it being 100,000 and then another 200,000, make it 300,000. Just because then I feel like school committee has our thumb on the scale on that one, and we're kind of telling the Payne committee to say, like, come on, guys, we want this one. I just think it would be cleaner if we just take that out and we have the 200,000. If it's used for that, great. It could be used up with other Payne grants, but does that make sense to everybody?
100%.
Well,
it would clean
especially,
it up.
I think what we talked about too is if for some reason they didn't pass it, what do we do then with that leftover? Because I fully agree with the point that you're making. That bucket should be clean and it's at their discretion about how it's used. I guess I have two questions. One, if we're saying we need that, is there a way, like to Matt's point earlier, in terms of like what are the levers here? If we left it in bucket 3, we're not able to allocate that to the athletics leveling on our own accord. Like, could we keep it in that other bucket and sort of earmark it ourselves for that? Is that an option? If we're saying, to your point, like we don't want our thumb on the scale for the grant process,
Right.
but we as a committee are deciding that this needs to be prioritized, those funds need to be made available, can we leave them in bucket 3 and earmark them.
So we could add it, we could add it to the budget. Do you want to add $200,000 to the budget? I think that's what you're asking.
No.
But I don't mean to be sassy, but that's what it would be. And then, like, we would just say, well, we could use bucket 3 for that. To me, I think when we talked about the policy, we said this is not, we're not going to add things into the budget with category 3. So that, I think, is a loophole that we hadn't anticipated. So, sorry to jump ahead, but I think I agree with what you were saying. Like, I think it needs to
If I could just
purely
respond.
advance as a pain.
Yeah.
No, Jenny, so all I was trying to do was to be transparent.
No, for
in
sure.
Following the conversation from the last couple of weeks, so it didn't get lost.
Right, right.
It's certainly the committee's discretion to put that wherever you feel.
Yeah, I just think that would be just a cleaner, like a yes, and I appreciate it being here because yes, that's a big one that is looking to be proposed to the committee. But I just think to make it cleaner, that should be just included in the pain grant. And then if 300,000 is used for different pain grants and not that one, that is what it is. Then we'd have to figure something out from there, but.
Jenny, I agree, I actually
Yeah.
agree with you, but I'm conflicted a little bit because, as we talked about, the whole athletics program is enhancing, which is squarely in line of what pain language is, right? And so that went to my point. If the athletic department costs about $600K annually to run, and we start to analyze FEs, and we can get more clarity on how we're going to go, maybe having that as an athletic department offset, to your point, whether it's in the budget or in the pain grant, I think having it separate to earmark it as that might be helpful as well. I'm conflicted. Your point is 100% right. It's still a pain grant, and it's incumbent upon the athletic department to write a grant proposal that
Right.
covers it, right?
That
Instead of-
passes the pain grant,
Right.
committee.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And I think we laid out athletics are part of that. So-
Yeah.
Can I just jump in to clarify the math here, Tom? Because I think you've accounted for something twice. You have the drama and performing arts, the 77,000 on the ongoing enrichment tab, which is category 3, but then you also have it listed under, or what you're calling allocation 1, on the FES 3,526. So it should go in 1, and I think we agreed it would, or go in either. I think we agreed it was going to stay in allocation 1 for this year.
Which one?
Yes.
Diana, I'm sorry.
Well, so it's good that you pointed that out. My point in having it sort of represented in allocation 1 is because that is what the pain committee expects to see. Because this would be year 2 of that, and I didn't want that to get lost as well. But, so if we were to look at all of this, even maybe to Jenny's point, the allocation to the pain committee could be the $100,000 plus the $200,000 plus the $77,000.
Right.
Yes. I just
Yes,
didn't
but
want this to
it's-
get lost, like I forgot to put it on the spreadsheet, you know what I mean?
Right, but you have it on the ongoing enrichment tab, and it helps get us to that 389 number.
It does.
You have the 389 number listed in allocation 3, so that needs to be less, the 77.
No, I would make it less up here.
No, we talked about keeping it in pain because it's a 2-year pain, keep
Yeah,
it
we did.
there. Take it, because that decreases our opportunity to offset with allocation 3.
Well, except it's
Right
all
now,
pain money.
it's twice. Yeah, but,
Okay, I don't want to, I'll do obviously what you, but the conversation that we have 12 months from now is going to be to move it to bucket 3.
For sure.
So let's just put it in bucket 3.
but that decreases our opportunity to offset current appropriated budget with bucket 3, if we keep it in bucket
Okay.
1.
Well, but also to that point, where did the health teacher go?
The health teacher's gone. The health teacher is now in the budget. So the health teacher's not represented as a pain grant any longer.
That was up for discussion.
That was
Is that
on our
what we-
very first
was-
slide, or
Yeah.
tonight. It was back where,
If you go back to,
Adding
There's
in
an email that
0.4.
y'all sent as well.
well, it's, if you go back to the first, one of the actionable items.
Yep.
It's one of the 3 add-ins. Line 12. Move elementary health teacher
We hadn't
from paying
decided
grant
on
to
what do with
budget?
that, right? It was, last time I think we had a full committee conversation. It was just different options.
I think it was a discussion recommendation. It wasn't,
Oh, I'm looking at 12, okay.
It wasn't in the spirit of pain.
yeah, it was in the spirit of pain. I didn't hear any objections to that. We can
Yeah,
certainly
yeah,
discuss it.
That's fine, I just didn't know if there was a.
That was kind of the recommendation that came out. But, Tom, if I'm looking at the FEFI's 3.5, we're accounting for that drama teacher twice, in allocation 1 and allocation 3. I'm asking if we can take that 389 and minus the 77 from it, so that it's not
Sure.
captured twice in there, because we're looking for a total.
Well, yes, I see how you're saying it's captured twice. My point in allocation 1 is that this is the money available to the Payne Committee. So yes,
Right, I see
we
what you're
could
saying.
certainly do that, absolutely.
So the 77 is not available to the Payne Committee at this point, because that's already been spoken for. That's 77,000.
It's earmarked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is earmarked
Yep.
and expected to be paid for FY '27.
Can I play in here?
Of course.
Will that
No,
throw
that's
people
why
off?
you have spreadsheets and no.
Let me, I think this is what you're saying, Jenny, so let's
Want
just,
to reduce
let's just do
allocation
that.
3 high school by 77.
100, and then this would be 300, right? And this would
Right.
be
Well, she's
360.
zeroing that,
360.
okay.
And then this one out of the high school. Is somebody, I see you're in
Yeah,
that
I'm
cell.
doing
Are
it.
you doing it? You're
Yeah.
taking out the 77 and 723 from each of those?
I think you have to zero the.
Yeah, you have to zero it out. I'll do that.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, looks huge.
Yep.
So because it's
Did
high
you make a
school-
change, Heidi?
Yeah, no, I didn't, but this is what it would be. Do you want me to,
Sure, just tell me, 205,
205, 679?
Yeah, if we go,
679.
oh, you didn't make it a dynamic sheet in this one? Okay. Are both of those numbers updated now? A and D?
Yep.
Yes,
We
okay.
changed it in line 23, is that reduction.
Yes, okay.
Grand total doesn't equal the FEFI's allocation.
Because the 77 needs to be added into line 1 of Payne grant.
But it, what? But it's here.
No, it's here.
It's not captured.
Right, okay, I see,
Oh,
yeah.
where did it disappear from B? Hold on.
Yeah, it should go back.
But I think the difference there, like instead of putting it in instead of making it 377,723, is that it is earmarked versus the athletics wasn't. So like
Correct,
that, yeah. So
No, that's certainly fair. I just didn't want it to get lost as if I decided to take it off the list.
yeah.
But we're still,
But the grand total,
still doesn't match.
where I'm getting to is that the grand total at the very bottom, neither one of that, even if they, those numbers, the 1,168,480 doesn't match column B, 1,168,877, and neither of those numbers are the same as the grand total of what the FEFI's
Correct.
distribution is.
Correct.
Remind me what the distribution
not-
is. We used, Sasha used 1.2. Where is that?
Got an
Well,
exact
I
number,
use the exact number, 1,247,891.
Ah, okay.
I think what may be helpful is to give me a direction. We're making some sausage here and all working off a spreadsheet
Now it's disconnecting.
that is not now functioning as part of a larger mechanical.
But it's not, I don't understand, where did things go awry?
I think too many people making edits and we've lost a number somewhere.
Did we lose a number somewhere?
But we had to, because it used to be
Number, go
one.
down to the,
Oh,
scroll
yeah.
down.
Well, we had-
Scroll down. That number is not the FEFI's distribution number.
Neither number matches so something, I think we let Tom go back in.
What I would appreciate if I could be so candid is give me a direction and let's not all together do the math. So, if I can say that, so you want to see the athletic leveling added to the paying grant committee and give them that discretion. Check, got it, 200,000 moves up. And we want to make sure that drama and dance stays allocated as an expected expense paid for by the paying grant in fiscal '27.
Yes.
Check, got it. Then in doing so, we now have available resources in bucket number 3, because now I fear we've taken it out of 2 places.
I think we did take, I mean, I didn't change anything, but I don't think
Oh, I
that that
didn't-
money was removed from 2 places.
It-
Because it remained here. What Diana was saying is
But
that
it
on
wasn't,
the other
it
tab,
wasn't down below in the first place.
It was,
It was?
yeah.
well, on this tab, it is. It's reflected here.
Yeah.
That's what she was saying.
Right.
And this correlates with allocation 3. So
I get
if
it.
that 283,402, which was carried across over here, if that's already reflected in, which, like, this doesn't show.
Right, and there's the 77,723, correct. No, I understand the equation. Yep, I do.
So, but what you just said, it was taken from 2 places, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
It
So
was repeated.
these were the numbers that you had. Just popped them in the bottom. But that's because we had the 77 twice. It was listed in allocation 1 and allocation 3.
I agree with that.
So I guess if we want to get back to that number, and that's the nice number we have available, we now have.
You can easily find another $77,000
Right.
in the high school and the middle school
Right.
that is enrichment.
So I guess, but I,
thought my goal was to find $550,000,
yes,
and I said last week I could find twice that.
yeah, right. You wrote drama, performing arts instruction, and then I guess I could have interpreted it wrong. That's the same exact dollar amount as the drama
Correct.
teacher.
That's the salary, yes.
So I was seeing it as you were paying that salary through allocation 3 as well as allocation 1. You're saying that there is another category that could be considered drama, performing arts instruction, that it happens to be 77.
No,
Seven.
no, I think the 77 is precisely linked to the individual that holds that. There are other costs in that department
That could fill that.
that could be found that will get us close to 77. It may be 75, it may be 78. My point is, there are other costs
Okay.
that we would consider appropriately deemed as enrichment to fill that void.
Okay. So that it just happens to be the same exact number.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be close. I mean, it's going to be close. I mean, number of people make similar salaries, right?
In the drama and performing arts.
Well, not
instruction
necessarily
category.
there, but because there's only one instructor in that mix. But throughout the entire budget, that's drama, performing arts, music, and music. I'm saying it's not going to be a leap to find $77,000 in the high school's enrichment, things that we would consider enrichment.
Okay. As long as that wasn't earmarking that position twice. You're saying that's referring to something else. It just happens to be the same
Correct.
exact cost.
Correct.
Okay, well. we can put
And
that back.
and I guess I wanted to, and maybe this is part of the confusion, I wanted to specifically call it out under paying grant, so, because the paying grant committee is expecting to see that. So I wanted to call it out. I didn't want to leave it off.
Right.
That's why it's represented on
I-
the spreadsheet.
No, but I think the bottom line is that we took the money that is going to be allocated and we split it up. And what the idea was, can we find that 550? And it can be found. This was in there twice, which was an oversight, but it's fine because there's plenty there to find
Right.
that would amount to that, so, or thereabouts. So we're still at the 550, you know, and, or, which is,
Just under,
which, just under, which comes from the overall allocation. So it's,
All right, I'm
Right.
putting I'm
And-
putting the numbers back. If
We may not
that's where
need, we might not do the 550,000 under bucket 3 anyway, right? That's one of the things we're going to be talking about.
Yeah.
It is.
All right, so I put that, I
so
put it
I don't know
back.
if it would be helpful to you to like, if, or to everyone, to have this, the labels be accurate, but if we just change that drama performing arts instruction on the ongoing enrichment to something else, whatever that turns out to be, if we can put a placeholder there for that, so that we have something that eventually we are actually going back to the well to say, here's what that actually represents. And it might be 75,000, it might be like a, you know, round number that isn't the exact salary, so that it minimizes that confusion later.
Yeah, I guess, right, if we're calling it drama and performing arts instruction, how many things fall under just
Right,
that?
so what, or whatever it turns out to be, like,
Okay, so if we go to Feffy's 3526 tab, in both column, let's start with allocation one. In column A and column B, we moved athletic leveling into Payne grant, and it's our understanding that that will go through the Payne grant process. And we know that we have the drama earmarked. Can you talk to us about how you came up with the twig numbers? Because we have our vote, when do we vote on the split? That actually comes this spring. So you're saying that we could put less towards twig and more towards Payne? with these
Yeah,
scenarios?
there's no science to that, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, the formula that has been used over the years, the 75-25% split, it wouldn't flesh out that way in any real amount if we were to make 25% of a noticeably lower number.
Right.
So I was just trying to keep the twig twig available balances, at least to have some heft. So completely candid, there's no magic to that other than trying to populate the twig lines with some heft.
So last year, it was 161,000
Yeah.
for twig, and Payne was 751,000, is that correct? Just to give us an idea of
Yeah.
like where we were last year and the expectations that people may have when they go into the process of, oh, there's, I mean, even though like they're not told, oh, this is how much we have this year, they know about how much was available the previous year. So I think that's something to be mindful of, is when we talk about how much to allow the Payne and Twig, Payne grants and Twig to use from the FEFIs, is the expectation that was set for the last year, 2 years, 3 years, that there's a good amount in there. So I think we want to, especially the first year that we're having the 3 different buckets, be mindful of the expectations that people have and the amount of money that's in these grant pools.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think a critical point to add to your comment, Jenny, is, you know, bucket number 2.
Right.
That, you know, this year and in all prior years, those amounts were part of the
Application process.
application process.
Right.
So that,
Now they're
so,
almost guaranteed.
so the funding for these priority, with this priority work isn't going away. It's actually being highlighted as priority funding. So if you were to, so if someone were to say, well, you know, the Payne grant is going down, the available funds, they are, because we're adding in bucket 3. But we got to keep buckets 1 and 2 in mind with that's what would be otherwise available. We're just culling out the ongoing program enrichment for field trips and principals PD and kindergarten swim and boot camp, and saying these are, that's kind of, actually, your point earlier, you're kind of putting your finger on the scale, right?
Right.
Which is your prerogative. I'm not saying it's not. It's entirely a prerogative.
So I think that brings us to bucket two, like what we all want in here. I see this is your proposal. You know, I'll start with, I had raised last meeting that I think we should cautiously go in, you know, this is our pilot year.
Right.
Enter cautiously, in my opinion. I mean, Manning is standard, but we know we have place-based learning and PD every year. I guess we need to ask ourselves, with anything, and again, this is not that I don't believe in these grants, but do we feel that those two that I mentioned, plus Kinder Swim and College Boot Camp, should absolutely be funded over anything else? Or do we want to put anything in that this illustrates an allocation to back in the overall pain bucket for that committee to decide? Do we want to continue to fund Kinder Swim, College Boot Camp? We could put place, whatever it is, but that's kind of the decision we need to make. What do we want to take?
Right.
Well, these aren't Supreme
Ownership.
Court justices, though, right? I mean, once they're in, they're not in for life, right? If we decide as a,
I don't know, well,
to pull them out one day, like, for example, College Boot Camp, whoever's running it now, you know, changes districts, and we can make that decision and say, well, no one wants to run it, so we can pull it out, right?
Or you say, and also, good point. But also, since this is the pilot year of the new policy, do we want to have the Kinder Swim and College Boot Camp go through the process again? Is that what you're suggesting? Is just as something, this is the first time we have the 3 different categories, and to have those two go back through the pain committee process? Is that what you're thinking? And then if they get, you're not thinking that?
No, I'm not thinking that, but that's, you didn't ask me.
I think it's something to consider. I'm open to either, but I just want to be careful, like, I know, Sasha did he have these? Yeah. No, so he pulled College Boot Camp in his version into category, what do we call it, allocation 2. It looks like Tom and Dr. Blake pulled in Kinder Swim with that. What do we as a committee want in there? I guess my preference would be go easy, and not that I don't believe in all of these, but like, I don't want to take too much away from the Pain Grant Committee. Let's, place-based learning and PD, I feel like are always happening and will happen in 100 years.
Well, I think the College Boot Camp, for example, that's been in, well, College Boot Camp and Kinder Swim have been in for years. I think the Kinder Swim flies under the radar. The College Boot Camp we've talked about a couple of different times, and that's something that with a recent grad, Sasha would have known about versus the kindergarten Kinder Swim
Oh,
program.
I thought he was saying good
Look,
night.
the chair of the pain committee.
Hi, Peter.
See you
As the
here.
current chairperson of the Pain Grant Committee, I know there's been a lot of discussion last year about repeat items that keep coming up, and there was a number of members who were saying, this isn't innovative, it's not new. They were talking about a 2-year limit and trying to phase things out that are repeat ones, so just keep that in consideration for
Change the
Kinder
policy
Swim,
now.
and I don't know if that's out of the policy now, but if it's not, then these things that we want to keep in there might need to go into that bucket. Just 2 cents.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but I think that's why your point, Matt, is really important, because if we've determined this is ongoing because it has been repeated, right? But that doesn't mean that later it needs to be, ongoing doesn't mean forever and ever. So I think it makes sense, because Jenny, you also have raised this a couple of times, like, what does ongoing mean? Like, what is the threshold for how many years have we funded this, and then it gets moved over there? So I feel like all of that kind of goes hand in hand, as opposed to, like, I don't think unless we would say, okay, then those things should go back to that committee to decide. Like, are we deciding it's repeated, it's important, we stand by these, and it sounds like the answer to that is yes, but I feel like that's what everyone kind of has to weigh in on, right?
And the way the policy's now changed that we voted on, that every year during budget cycle, it would be looked at what this distribution is and what the buckets are before it gets to this, and we've had to now pivot, dare I say, and figure this out in a couple weeks, whereas hopefully going forward. You know, this is a discussion that starts in November. And, you know, is kinder swim going to happen again? And it would be decided upon differently. I like giving the pain more to decide.
I mean, by adding that back to the first allocation? Kinderswim? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, but I also think in a pilot year, maybe like we make the decision because it's,
I personally would keep them both there for this year.
yeah.
In bucket two?
See how this thing runs its
Bucket
course.
two, keep
Bucket
them
two.
Bucket two?
See how it runs its course, and then revisit this in the fall and sort of say, is this still how we're feeling? You know?
Anthony, Mr. Falconeri, how often do the kids, the kindergartners swim?
Swimming?
Mm-hmm.
They just started, it's once a week for 8 weeks, I think.
Yeah.
They just started going last Friday, tomorrow will be their second time.
So it's an 8-week.
8-week block and goes by school.
Oh, sorry. But I think this is a great agenda item when it comes time that we talk about these things that are in bucket two and call in whomever we think, you know, the teachers who are doing it. Is it working? What do you think about it? And then it's sort of, then it's under the school committee's discretion as opposed to the ones that go through the paying grant, you know, committee.
Why isn't the
Like
Y
in
giving us more of a
bucket two, is
discount?
it for us? And I have another thought about the timing of when we decide on the allocation for each year, because we want to make sure that we're not, like we were sort of talking about the $200,000 for the athletic leveling. It would be good if we didn't know the things that were coming in, you know, so we weren't like, that's $25,000, I think we're going to get that. What if is this a possibility that we decided on the allocation a year ahead? So, you know, we say, okay, we want the paying grant to have $100,000 in FY '28. You know, if we decide that now, then we can't say like, oh, we earmarked something like for, you know, we're thinking about this one coming down the pipe, you know? Is that something that we would?
I think we do.
Is allocate
I
a
think
year?
that's a great idea. I think we should maybe, after we get through this budget
Okay.
cycle, revisit how we, you know,
Okay.
anything we want to.
That way we're
adjust
kind
for
of like
this, yeah.
blinded and
Yeah.
not have to worry about like what we think we want.
Information purposes, so the place-based learning grants have been written since, the record that I have in front of me, 2019, and they've been approved every year. Kinderswim started in 2020, and was a TWIG grant for years, and then went to just one paying grant last year. College boot camp started off, it started off in 2018. And the PD grant started also in 2018. So those four in particular have been very long-standing grants that have been approved by the committee.
Yeah, I think they should all stay, but I think, Diana, you also raised this, and Jenny, you're reiterating it, which is when we're looking at it in the fall, just like, and maybe the policy, I don't know, needs to outline some of that, like what does that entail, right? Like, so the efficacy of the programs, how are we determining that we want it to be ongoing, continue to be ongoing? Not just it's ongoing because the paying grant funded it for X amount of time, but it should, we're vetting it for future.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if that can move us forward, if we, I don't know, do we need to?
Well, ultimately, if we're, so it's 10 o'clock. We have FinCom on Tuesday. We need to present something to them on Tuesday. This conversation comes into play because this is going to affect our bottom line. So that's why we need to talk about it. I'm hopeful that we can get to a decision point in the next hour If anybody has an alternative solution to how we get from now to Tuesday, I'm open to hearing it.
Meaning if we aren't able to come up with a vote tonight, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Then can we meet, we meet on Tuesday? And push FinCom, do we have FinCom Wednesday and Thursday? Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday? Is
Way
that
that-
option?
I'm chuckling because town hall is a mystery these days. So we thought that the budget, the FinCom wanted 3 nights, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Okay.
But as of this afternoon, only Tuesday and Thursday had been posted.
Wednesday's earmarked they've reserved the room.
So they haven't posted the agenda yet, but they do have the room reserved, okay.
And then,
So, in answer to your question, they are pretty adamant on their dates, and I don't know that there's the ability for them to push back.
well, if
We're trying to get it.
we can't get
to
to a
we were
place that we
trying to
can,
keep it to 2 nights, and they're insisting on 3.
They want 3 nights with us
They
on the
want 3
school
nights with
budget.
us. but if we do that and say, well, we're really going through this with a fine-tooth comb because we want to make sure it's exactly the best we can do before we have that meeting with them. I mean, I would think that's exactly what they would want.
Well, they can
And then
observe
Sasha would
our
be
meeting
here
as
on
well.
Tuesday. If we were able to meet here, us, Sasha, I'm assuming, would be able to be here. To have the 7th member is important. But that's just my thought, is do that, meet again on Tuesday, get it exactly where we want so we can present this great budget that we can all support, and talk to FinCom and,
I
go
think
through
we
it.
do have to get a little further tonight. I
Yes.
think we
Yes,
have to
for
make it.
sure.
Yeah.
Well,
Sure.
here's
I
the
just
other
don't know
thing.
as though an hour, whatever it's gonna, we'll see.
FinCom's at 7:30 on Tuesday. Could we meet at 6? If we get it real close tonight.
Part of the issue is
Getting the
that
book together.
we also, on our end, in preparation for FinCom, we have to reproduce the entire budget book based on the vote of the school committee.
Right, and that's a critical piece, right? Because it goes from the superintendent's budget, which is the document now, which wouldn't change as a matter of procedure until it becomes the school committee's budget. And that then is going to have a variety of moving parts. And that's what ultimately gets presented to the FinCom. So if the expectation is, and I'm sure it is, right, that FinCom receives the budget document in its, whatever, 60-something pages,
Right.
that can't happen between 6 PM and 7:30 on Tuesday night.
No, that's a fair
Just
point.
saying.
Yep.
But, I mean, for whatever, if you don't have a budget that's ready to present, then there's no, you can't meet with them. They have to respect that.
Wait,
I mean, if you're not if the school committee's not at a place where you're comfortable presenting to the finance committee, then you're not there. And even if you meet Tuesday night, to turn the document around for Wednesday night, it's going to be a bit of a lift and all. I mean, not that we won't do everything we can. But, I mean, I think maybe to Jen's point, we need to make some more progress tonight.
yeah.
Minimally, to give me direction. I don't know that I would love us to go through another Excel exercise as a group. I'd love not to do that, but if we could.
Love not to do that.
But I certainly need the direction. If you're not prepared to accept either, column C, the administration's recommendation, or some easy enough movement there, and that's fine, that's your prerogative too. But we definitely need direction. I can't leave here tonight without a direction.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that the conversation needs to continue, but it, just in response to Mr. Mitchell's comment earlier, it feels to me like you guys need some time with the administrators too, because we're, we have been focused on the health and the PE positions, and if what we're coming away with, pushing hard for those things coming back in, but, we haven't talked about the 4th, 5th grade level at Winthrop, or the ELA position at Doyon, and I feel like the same thing potentially could be raised by the administrators at the elementary schools that Mr. Mitchell just raised, which is, we're pushing hard for PE, we want to put that back in, and their response could be the same, which is, if we're getting more people put back in, they don't agree with that recommendation. And I would want to have that feedback in the same way that Mr. Mitchell just provided the feedback about the math teacher, and understanding more to reconcile what's been highlighted there in terms of the health and the math teacher or whatever. So I think, again, I'm not dismissing I'm not trying to wrap it up, but it sounds like you all could benefit from having more conversation as well.
I don't know that the position, I know strongly that the position in terms of the EL teacher would not change based on the
Sorry, I said
caseloads,
ELA.
based on the caseload, based on the personnel involved. And I don't think the position would change in terms of the 5th grade bubble either. We already have, I think, that problem, that challenge, I won't call it a problem, pretty much resolved next year, that there's one co-teaching classroom already. There's another half co-teaching classroom already, and there's paraprofessional support. Certainly if we need, going forward, if we need to add additional supports there, we would do that within the building, but that would not be I don't think any of us would be looking for a budget addition there. Folks are comfortable with those.
So I have some things to add there that are kind of in agreement with what you just said, but because I've had conversations with you about this, and what I would ask is, for the 4th/5th grade next year class at Winthrop, there was, last year at Doyon, there were move-ins. Like, the concern for me is if that class grows past the projected 22 or 23 in a class, that if there were move-ins that brought that up significantly, that a 4th section would be created, similar to what happened at Doyon last year, when I think a set of triplets moved in for kindergarten, and it kind of hit a threshold of, we need to do this. I would want to see, if that happens, and it may, because there's a history of move-ins in the summer, that we would have your commitment to add a section. You would just have to find the money, because, 26 kids in a class is not something that I would support. So maybe we can talk about what that threshold is, get a commitment that would move forward. I feel much more comfortable adding the counselor back in, because I feel like having relatively larger classes and taking away a counselor, it's like a double hit. So I would support that. I think as far as the ELA, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
ESP, there's a lot of letters there. I think I mentioned this at our last meeting Monday. If there were new move-ins, because the position is coming away from Doyon, but it's really a team approach. You make sure that it's covered in every building. And I'm looking at the numbers now, there's potentially 15 students at Doyon, 21 at Winthrop. If there are incoming new students to Doyon, does it make sense to make them Winthrop students if there's more staff there to handle an EL, ESP support. In other words, I don't want that number 15 to increase to, I don't know, 18. We're understaffed in that area.
Can I speak to that?
Yes.
Thanks.
Please.
So when looking at the positions, there's been a lot of talk about like building. What we're looking at, because they're district positions, they are not building-based positions, is where are the needs of the students? So if we have an influx of students that are at Winthrop, we are going to support them at Winthrop. If we have an influx of students that are at Doyon, we are going to support them from Doyon. Doyon is not going to go without an EL teacher. So we're going to strategically move our resources and our teachers to where they need to be. In addition, we also are adding into the budget an EL coordinator. And part of that position will be looking at scheduling and planning amongst the EL teachers in providing services of what needs to happen and where they need to go. The projections that you're looking at right now are based off of the 2025 WIDA access scores. So we're expecting that there will be students that will, if I use the terminology FEL, does that make do people know that? Former English language learners. So it will mean that they have passed their speaking, their writing, their reading assessments, and listening assessments, to the point that they no longer need to have push in or pull out, but will continue to need to be monitored. So we're based on the 2025 ones, we're expecting several students will also be moving into the FEL position. We just completed the 2026 access scores, access testing. Those went out, and we're anticipating that between April and May, we will have the updated numbers. In regards to whether or not how we would handle somebody moving in, we are already anticipating that, and I've already been talking with the staff about just potential incoming preschoolers or kindergartners and how we would best support those students as well, and looking at it holistically as a group. I don't know if that helps to answer your question. The only other thing I will note is that sometimes what will happen is we'll have an exchange student, and then they will also be put into the EL program. So we have a student this year that's with us in the high school. They are returning back to their home country, so they are no longer going to be rostered with us, and several other students are going to be graduating with high school diplomas.
Yeah, so Diana, I agree we have to move on. I mean, otherwise we'd be here till 1 in the morning. And not from you, but I agree with Haley. So I was looking the history of this thing, right? So a month ago, all of the cost centers, the schools, proposed a budget that was 44 million roughly. And then a week later, it was 41.8. And I made the comment at that point, what are the unfunded things? What went from the wish list of the schools to this budget? And how are they prioritized? And now we're down another 400K. So now we have made the potential to come in on that list. But right now, it's the loudest voices getting the attention, and I'm not comfortable with that.
Right.
And so I think that we need to go back to the things that weren't funded and prioritize them. And then it comes to us, how much in that 400K do we want to potentially go into to elevate things up? Because right now, it's just first to the trough, and that's not the right way to do a budget or to approve a budget. And I'm not really comfortable that we know what the impact of adding things and subtracting things, because it's ad hoc at this point. And it just, at some point, the need was 44 million. And there have been a lot of creative ways to drive that number down. But at what expense, and what is the impact? And without impact statements on some of the reductions, which I hear are now more dire than was pitched to us, the noisiest voices have gotten the attention of ours. And when we had public hearings, the folks that were most passionate talked about it. But that passion is important, shouldn't drive budgetary decisions. And so right now, I don't think we have a good sight picture on what didn't make the cut and what's important to the district. And I think we need to, your team needs to go back and collate those answers for us, with knowing that there's a potential we could bring things above the cut line. What is the prioritization of those things? And then we, as a committee, decide how many of those do we want to bring up and at what cost.
Right. I think the one of the big things, I completely agree with you, because there's new information being presented to us that wasn't part of our original thinking when we had the hearings. But I think it's important to remember that the new FEPI's policy is to help with the override.
Well,
I
it's
think
not
that-
how it started, but that is
It's not
it.
how it's, well, but I mean, that's one of the goals, is that we want to still be mindful of that. But yes, going back to the original discussion we had this evening, is yes, that is the future, but we have to keep that in mind. So it's not like we have a 400 whatever to fill.
No, I'm not saying that's a mandatory
Right.
checkbook that we write to, but.
You wanna see
it-
what's
it
just below the
is
surface.
Available money, and so what's the risk gain, right?
Right.
You know, so we know the
Right.
risk, what's the gain of, and that's where the impact statements, I think, become critical to us.
Yeah, I
mean,
agree.
otherwise, I think we had you validate assumptions. The assumptions was we had to get under a number, but that assumption's been invalidated. And we actually got way under it, and so now let's revisit some of the decisions we made on flawed assumptions.
If I may, I'm sorry. I also want to point out, because obviously we've been here for a while, and I think that it's important to know that the budget was put forth in good faith. And there's numbers that the administrative team was not aware of when we're looking at things like, I think Mr. Markham's repeatedly said today that the healthcare costs have shifted, which changes the landscape of everything else that we're looking at.
So to clarify what I said, it's not an implication that numbers were put in bad faith at all. You're actually making the point that I was making. An assumption was healthcare costs were X. That assumption's invalidated. So decisions you made in good faith are now invalidated a little bit because you were forced to make more stringent cuts based on an invalid assumption. And once we find those invalid assumptions, we have to go back now and revisit the decision processes by which we achieved a budget. I think your budgets were on good faith. You did exactly what you were told to do. But now the constraints of that budget have changed. And so there's potential that we can actually open the aperture up. So let's go back and figure out, to your point, hey, my number one thing, if I had more money, was to bring this back. We don't know that. And that's, I think, something that's inherent in a budget presentation are the things that we could fund, and if we had more money, we would have funded these things in this priority. And I'm not implying in any ounce that it wasn't done in good faith, and don't take it that way.
No, understood, Paul.
don't think so.
I think I think for the administrators and I'll speak for all of us, this is the first year where we've looked to go back and add things back in. In years past, we've presented a balanced budget with additions and deletions. We came in and worked through the budget with the school committee, but we haven't been in the position where we added things back in typically. So this is a very different look.
Which is great.
And
It's good.
I don't know,
Potentially good
I think
news.
we need to think about that too, because we also left off on February 26th when we looked at the potential with this new FEFI's utilization and said, wow, we can kind of offset 500,000. Right now, the recommendation is to go with column C, which has us at 460. But if we're talking about potentially adding back up to 3 positions, we're back where we started. So I'm not sure that we should, this is not found money, because what I want to do, hold on, is finish the conversation we were having, first off, about the FEFI's allocations, get to a decent place there, and then let's go into the override calculator and put what we kind of know, what it would look like if we put things back and everything, and that will, when you talk about risk benefit, that'll help us understand the risk.
Yeah, I don't agree with the characterization of that, though, and I think it's important to clarify where I think we are. So when we had the budget at 41,879, the organizations were faced to make cuts to get there, and that budget was good, and yet it was at 2%. Now we're at 1%. We've not found extra money, but we've reduced to a point beyond what was our goal. And what I'm asking is that because we did that, it's like saying you have a $10,000 budget and you take out a lot of stuff and you get down to 9,000, well, that 1,000 was unanticipated reduction. And so because you did that, it is an opportunity to revisit the reductions. I'm not necessarily saying we go back in, but we didn't go into this budget cycle trying to get to 41,000, 400,000, or wherever we're now. We were trying to get to 41.8. And now we've gone way under that for fiscally sound reasons. But at what cost? And that's the point I'm trying to make, is that it's worthy of revisiting the cost. Not saying we re-spend against it, but let's look at the impact that drove us way beyond what we had tried to get to. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
But I think we can kind of get some insight onto one, looking at it one way, and then get I guess we can, quantitative and qualitative, like what does it look like? All right, let's go back to the FEFI's allocation.
I just wanted to make one point. When you were talking about, I know you guys have had a lot of discussion about being very intentional with your budget calendar so that you could get a lot of public feedback and be able to have that. And I hear your point that the loudest voices then is what you hear. If you end up going back to the drawing board and redoing the budget, now you would then essentially be possibly presenting a new proposed budget and then immediately be going to voting on FinCom. So there wouldn't be a lot of opportunity for feedback, either from the community, from the teachers, from anybody, if that's the way that you're headed toward that. So just thinking in what your goal of budget season was, there's also a kind of a drawback for that.
Well, I would counter-argue, we actually are listening to the feedback, and the reason why we're having this conversation, the purpose of feedback is to make budget adjustments, which is
Right.
what we're discussing right now. So the system's working, I think,
But
I think what was missing, it sounds to me like, was the administrative feedback in response to us responding to the public feedback, right? So there is some level of disconnect just by the nature of like, we can't do this. We don't get to all sit together and like have this conversation. So to be able to work through it where all parties have the opportunity to speak up, and then we can hear it as a collective. What feels like it was clearly raised tonight was that secondary round of response from the administrators is missing. So we've had a lot of community feedback. Within that feedback, nobody came forth and said, what's up with the math thing? My kid's missing this class. Like, we didn't hear that. But that doesn't mean it isn't valid, because if the administrators have perspective around that, we need that feedback too. And I think you've made the point, which is the money has shifted, and that has shifted how these things would have come down the pike, then that's what we need to talk about. We need to leave room for that. I don't think that would warrant, we're not saying, if something came up, I hear your point, Alicia, if something came up that was totally off the grid, that was like, now we're gonna just hire this person over here, and then there was no public hearing or there was no opportunity for feedback, that would be wildly unfair. But I think we're still talking about stuff that's within the parameters of things that have been on the table from the beginning. So that's what we would focus on.
Okay, so let's head back to allocation 3. We've got 2 scenarios that are pretty much driven by what goes in allocation 1 and 2. Right? Okay.
Yes.
And actually, let me take it back to allocation 2. You've played with those numbers a little bit between A and B column. Is that based on anything or just?
So column B is representative of reality today. Place-based learning is $145,000 in fiscal '26. Principal's professional development plan is about $112,000. So sort of a little bit of a roundup for inflation and expectation that things will cost more next year, but have some, we already know what 1.6% of the allocation for Manning is going to be. It's just shy of 20,000, it's 19,000 and change. Kindergarten swim this year, that's the number, 19,540. And college boot camp, that was the number appropriated this year as well, meaning fiscal '26.
Now that you say that, we talked about philosophically where some things should land. Does it give us more flexibility to put any of these back in allocation 1, because we don't know exactly what they are, and we're saying we're going to give a number to allocation 1 and 2, so we can understand allocation 3 for the purposes of tonight.
I'm not sure I'm following that.
Yeah.
If you're taking like kinder swim,
And it comes in more than that.
the what?
And it comes in at more than that, because that's this year's number. Then how are we funding it? Because we're voting an allocation for that.
Well, Kinderswim is probably the only example in there that could have a variable, right? Because that's something that we, that Y is going to give us the cost of doing business, and it's not really negotiable. For place-based learning, the principals are going to arrive at a field trip plan, and they're going to present it, and the Payne Committee has always had the ability, the capacity to fund grant applications in whole or in part. As they seek to fund as much as they can, sometimes they say, well, geez, we can only fund this with 120,000, the request is 130. So then that kicks back to the principals or the grant writers to say, this is what we can afford this year.
So we're kind of telling them what they can afford. Okay,
Based on what we know to be some reliable costs.
yep. Okay. All right, I just want to get us in a pickle if we made things too tight. Okay. So then allocation 3, yeah, is just driven by those first two.
So if we went with A, that would be a reduction from current levels. So I think that's what we have to decide, right?
It would be a reduction from what?
So place-based learning was 145 this year,
Yes.
right? So if we choose column A, that's 120. So we're reducing that budget, right?
Well, yeah, in that line, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like to me column B is a little bit more realistic, and
Yes, and column B, if I may, speaks to the approach that we're recommending to phase this in over 2 years. Matt, you're absolutely right, the column A under allocation 2, the money that is taken away, if you will, from those ongoing enrichments are in order to get, frankly, to the close to 550 that I was asked to get to. So if you want to fully fund 550,000 for column 3, for allocation 3, I can get you to 543,940 based on actual costs in the fiscal '27 budget. But that comes at an expense because we only have 1.2 to begin with. So the difference has to come from somewhere, so I simply took it out of, made some reductions in allocation 2. Relatively arbitrary, but nonetheless.
Yeah, you have to do it.
Make the math work.
Yeah.
Right. But column B keeps the allocation 2 items to really practical levels, meaning what we know to be historical and just a tick above spending at fiscal '26 rates. And it phases in allocation 3 over the course of 2 years.
So when we're voting on this, I guess, we have a pretty good number from FEFIs. It might change, nominally. We should be voting on the final dollar amount per category. And then, would you recommend to the $337, or should we round that out?
Well, I think really, if I may, I think really the only thing that you need to vote on or to give a number to is allocation 3. Because allocation 3 is an offset to the budget. That drives the next vote you have to take. The rest of it is just how you want to afford the Payne and Twig committees, the Payne and Twig committees. Now, that can be a conversation that you have between now and May or whenever those votes are taken. Yeah, so really, the allocation 3 is what's needed because that drives the budget. The rest of it is going to be Feffy's money that doesn't necessarily drive the budget itself, right?
Right. So, but again, would you say round it out to 390, or like, are we looking for a clean number here? What's the
Well-
best path forward, like? for
I mean,
financial
if we're going to round it up, then round it up. I mean, my goal, as it is, to be as precise as possible, to get you to 550, and then I just fractionalize that down to things that keep either expenses whole, especially the shared elementary, to keep those, with some fidelity to a little, spending for both Doyen and Winthrop.
Right, so would you say 390, 375 if we go with column B?
Oh, I'd rather see 390 because it's close, because those are actual numbers. That 389, 337 is an actual cost of doing business next year.
Okay,
So if you're going to round it up to 390, and I get,
okay, so 390.
get $1,000 to.
And then just so, like, I know, Jenny, you have a good point about it being blinded, but I feel like we're not super blinded because we know some grants are coming in. Like, also, I think we brought up England's happening this year too. So I think year one, finding that balance between pain and twigs. So of course, whatever we can use in allocation 3 is fantastic, but also just, I want everybody to appreciate what that will mean for the pain opportunities. So we don't have to vote it officially, but I guess if we're talking about 390 versus, call it 545, are people, where are people leaning?
Anyone leaning somewhere?
543,940?
Yeah,
Okay.
I rounded it.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
Where did you round it?
545
Just
545.
up from 543 or 390.
So the 544, that's an offset then, that's a higher offset to the budget, right?
Correct.
Is that what we are looking for here?
Yes,
I mean, always, but that will have implications, especially knowing what grants are written. So again, we're finding that we do have our, what was that nice?
Right.
You said,
And-
hand on
and-
the scale either way. Do we want to, like, knowing what's coming, do we want to leave opportunity for that? Or are we saying this isn't the year? I think is ultimately what it comes down to, unless anybody can think of it a different way.
I mean, I'm thinking this isn't the year.
yeah.
I hate to be that sort of cavalier about it, but
Sorry, I keep interrupting you. Keep going. Sorry.
you're doing great.
And just look at the math
More
about what
comfortable with
columns
column B.
the other two allocations do.
Sorry, I missed that.
No, I was just saying, you just look at the differences between what is allowed for the other two allocations. By fully funding allocation 3 at 544, you're, in this mathematical equation, which is accurate, you're only able to fund allocation 2 to 274, 275 versus 320, and allocation 1 at 427 versus 537. Because the money has to come from, there's only $1.2 million to
Right.
start with.
Right, if you take one, it gets
This
more
gets
from the other and
subtracted from
vice
another,
versa.
which is, again, part of the recommendation that Dr. Blake and I are making to phase in allocation 3 over 2 years, allowing this, some liberty there.
You're recommending B.
B, yes. And column B here is represented in column C, which is what the recommendation is on the larger
Oh, okay.
budget.
Okay, so that, you already pulled that in there.
If we go with B, we really have to step it up or, make the numbers count more even next year, though. right? So this would be like sort of a grace period or whatever for like, this is our first year, we're not gonna take as much from the paying grant committee applications, and then it might end up getting cut a little bit more, right? There'll be less, maybe that's allocated for the paying grant committee applications and more in bucket 2 and 3. Eventually. Right, I mean, that's at our,
It's at your discretion, but I don't see the FE's distribution going down.
no, not the.
So,
the-
no,
the
hear
allocation
me
of-
out.
Oh, okay.
I don't see the FEFI's overall allocation going down. And what we may see is that some of the things that we're earmarking may not be needed, right? So, you know, we're pulling out, for example, in both cases, place-based learning, PD, kinder swim, boot camp. We're also knowing full well that we're looking to put into allocation A, that drama and dance teacher, and the athletic leveling, but we sort of
Right.
put it in with the pain grant. So that money won't be necessarily needed
I see what you're saying.
next year.
Yeah.
Right? Because those things, so the drama teacher will be in the budget next year.
Right.
Yeah, I'm more comfortable on a pilot year going with column B and the 390.
Yep. I'm gonna change that. I agree
Yeah,
with
I
that.
think now you said that was what was in your C projection. I think that's probably more sound.
Can we revisit the health position though as well? Because we had talked about that that's already been approved for year 2 by the paying grant as of last year. That money was earmarked for that as a part of the process last year. And I understand that the spirit of this is to move away from that. But again, given that it's the pilot year, I feel like we have time to make that adjustment later.
So if you pulled that over now, well, depending on what bucket you put it in, it's gonna, if you moved it right back to allocation 1, you would decrease the appropriated spending, but you would also decrease opportunity in pain.
Yeah, but I understand that, but I'm still focused on, if we're moving that into the budget and we're talking about these other cuts, and it's already earmarked to be paid for within this, then if what you're saying is you don't want to do both of those things, then I would reduce the allocation 3 as well.
Well, by putting the
Or increase
elementary
allocation
health.
3 and reduce allocation 1. Go ahead.
No, but by moving the elementary health teacher from Payne to the budget, gives us, actually frees up $90,000 to give back to the Payne Committee for its other needs, number one. And number two, it prevents us from having this conversation a year from now, because a year from now, we're going to have to be thinking about what to do with the elementary health position. By putting it in the budget now, we've brought some stability to that position and some stability to its capacity.
Essentially phasing those 2 positions into the budget.
Correct. And it has the added benefit of probably putting the elementary health where it should have been in the first place, meaning in the budget, not grant funded. But it's not like, I guess my big picture was, we're not losing 90,000, we're really giving the 90,000 back to the Payne Committee for its use in other needs by bringing health position into the budget.
But by doing that, we did destabilize the allocated funding. Because, to Haley's point, this was going to be paid for by Payne. That was at least for the year, right? And by moving it into the appropriated budget, we've destabilized that 90,000 that could have been used elsewhere. So it is stabilizing for that person, but destabilizing potentially for others.
Well, Yeah, I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but we're making a decision that we know is 12 months away.
Yeah, I just don't want to, I
we
mean,
can't- we can't
it's not a
do that.
rosy picture of, look at, it. We've stabilized the health teacher, but at what cost? And that's what I keep coming back to, so.
No, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record either, Paul, so I'm hopefully being respectful. I'm just saying that we need to build 2- and 3-year budgets here. We cannot just be laser-focused on what's right in front of us.
I'm not, yeah, but it also gives us a year of space for decisions and thoughtfulness about maybe there's other places to do it instead of what seems to be trying to get the budget right now. And I appreciate the effort to do that. But again, I keep coming back to, is it too fast? Are we making too many adjustments that's having real impact to our kids? And that I don't know.
All right, so back to there's a question about, do we fund the health teacher through pain allocation 1 or the appropriated budget? I'm hearing 1 to 2 people who would like to pursue looking at it back through pain. I'm in favor of keeping it the way it is as, defined in the budget action items spreadsheet. Does anybody else wish to pursue either direction?
I prefer keeping it in the allocated budget, appropriated budget.
In the allocated
Sorry,
one?
no,
allocated budget.
appropriated budget.
Yeah, the action item. That
Yeah,
is listed as the action item.
what's in the action item?
Yeah.
I mean, I think in the end, it's all a little bit of a wash, like depending on how you look at it. But I think, not that we're rushing, I feel good about it, but also we could go down a road of saying, well, what would that all look like? I don't think it would wash out significantly different, and I want to be mindful of time. Are you two comfortable moving ahead?
Yeah, I am. I'm not sure I agree with it's a wash, but I'm comfortable with keeping it in the appropriated.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. All right, so where were we? So for illustration's sake, I'm hearing some scenario B, if we're looking at the FEFI's 3526.
Yes, B.
Scenario B,
Scenario B.
B, Haley? Okay, I think I am with B too. So so basically, we're back to, here we go. Action items 3526. We've said what's in category C. Yes, that is where we're at with lines 7, 8, and 9. In terms of revolving, that was the other decision point we had here.
Oh, right.
Was the athletic coaches, the decisions between A, B, and C. Does anybody have a preference they'd like to share?
My preference is to keep the full amount in the revolving fund.
It seems like doing half. But
I'm inclined to split the difference on, and you'll see.
Paul, you want to jump ahead of Jen when she's thinking?
Yeah, I'm just staring at the numbers. Yeah, in the absence of any other information, I think coming down on full, not half.
Say that again?
Full, moving it all the way out, not just half. Or putting it back, I'm sorry, all of it, yeah.
Column A is what you're
Yeah.
saying?
Part of column A.
Yeah,
'cause
column
the
A.
7, 8, and 9 are different between A and C, so we'd have to make a D. But anyways, in terms of, yes, row number 3. All right, Jen, where are you at?
The implication of keeping it at half, we're trying to make decisions based on possibly adding other things in the budget back in?
I mean,
that's where we
we
are
need a
right now.
starting point to have some numbers
Yeah.
so we can,
Yes, that's,
so we can look around, yeah.
And I would add it back to the revolving.
All of, in full? Okay. Ooh. Um, Yeah, I was originally in favor of adding it fully back. I thought that splitting it would be a good compromise. Can you just explain the risk one more time of us putting it back? If we put all back, what that means, not necessarily for next year, because I understand next year, if it's gone, we're gonna have to find a new plan next year, but this year, what risk are we at this year?
So we're talking 82,000. I think the concern is that the revolving account is overburdened as it stands, and there's significant concern that it's going to be drained at the end of this year. We're very close to it. And we're not replenishing it because of the increased costs to run our athletic programs. So we can certainly put the whole thing back, but then it becomes another conversation of how do we maintain the athletic program next year throughout the entire year as it exists.
I thought it meant back into the revolving fund. Is that what?
Right, but
Oh,
the
that's what you're
revolving fund
talking
is what
about.
pays for.
Yeah, okay,
for-
that's
for
people
it
are
all.
saying what to
So-
do, right?
Is that
That's
pa-
what they're saying to do.
No, if we're saying that we're gonna put it all back.
Back, yeah,
Is it paying grantable?
into the,
No? The assistant coaches aren't?
So
Why is that? I'm sorry, Brian, why?
I'm sorry?
Why? Why is a health teacher
Well, because
and not a assistant coach?
that would have to be one of the carve-outs as opposed to something else that we just got done discussing.
So can I
But,
just,
yeah, go ahead.
you just said, is it pain grantable? I think it's FEFIable.
Okay. Oh, sorry, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
FEFIable, is it
Right,
FEFIable?
I think the answer is yes, as
Right.
a carve-out. I
I'm-
think all of athletics are up.
Can
for
it come out of the
carve-outs.
1.2 million potentially, I guess? is-
Dr. Blake, am I right? with-
Potentially, but that's your
But also,
policy
there might be
decision.
other
Right,
things
right.
that are
Yes.
FEFIable, if you
Absolutely,
will,
yeah.
that we could,
We have a whole
and
bunch
then that would
That's
free
like
up.
another
Coined a new
whole-
verb.
There is easily
FEFIable.
$1.2 million of things that are FEFIable. And to
Right,
to
right,
Jenny's
that's-
analogy, putting your finger on the scale.
Well, when we
now-
see athletic leveling, I mean, there's, that there's a
But
lot
here's-
that goes into
here's
that term.
So here's
But that's one
the,
and done.
What?
you know,
It's a one-time expense, not recurring.
just a little side road for a second here. That's the concern that there's always been around the FEFI's funds, is that the FEFI's funds were meant as enhancement and enrichment for the schools, not things that the taxpayers, the citizens of the community, should be paying for anyway. So historically, looking through that lens, we've been very careful about what could or couldn't pay for, be paid for by the FEFIs. We're now getting much more creative, and we can, because the distribution has gone up exponentially, and we anticipate that it will continue to do so. I think we still have to have some guardrails, because what I can see happening, just based on the comment that you just made, not passing judgment on it, but that kind of a comment means, oh, we get $1.2 million, boom, take it off the top of the budget.
That's not at all what I said.
No, but things
No.
being FEFIable, right?
I love that
Is
word.
that now all of a sudden we have this, we've changed our policy, and now we can take things out of the budget and pay for them through FEFIs in order to keep other stuff, and I think that's a dangerous
This
slope,
is a
and that's
big
what I've said.
conversation. I want to bring us back to
Okay, so
row
back to
three.
back to.
Let me, I just want to, sorry to,
Yeah.
I really want to make sure we make some progress here.
So
The
the
big
revolving
question
fund.
is, I understand that if we don't have 82, 90,000, whatever next
Yeah.
year, we will have to look for that money elsewhere.
We will.
Correct.
If
Or-
we,
Or we will not hire those coaches.
correct, right, either way, right. If we put the 82 fully in that revolving fund this year, will we get through this year?
Yes.
Okay.
You mean
so
next year?
Next year, yeah, this budget. So,
Be incredibly tight, but I project that we would.
Okay.
We'd be very, very low. We would not be rotating, we would not be seeing $20,000 or $30,000 balances like we have been. We would be,
so it's the question of, do we make that, you're proposing we make the shift and pull it into the budget this year. This move would push it out a year. We would, again,
If we're only looking at,
reduce or pull into the budget next year. Next, you know what I mean?
and I was looking at column C where we fund part of it, so that it softens the.
certainly softens the blow for next year.
For next year. I think
The other thing that,
trying to play the long game here.
yeah, well, the other thing that I think we were asked to look at in terms of this is a concern raised by many, that is the school district appropriately funding athletics? And I think that's a big picture question too, and this was one of our, offerings to address that need.
What was one of our marching orders, frankly, at the beginning of the budget season, was to look at athletics and make sure that we were adequately supporting our athletics program.
But I think that again, that goes back to what my understanding now is, not being a part of those conversations, is that then when proposed cuts were put forth, it's like, but at what cost, right? So if we're asking, we want to preserve this, sure, that makes perfect sense for all of the fiscal responsibilities that you have outlined. But at what cost, right? And so I think that's where, if those were the original marching orders, before knowing, well, here's what this would look like on the other side, then those marching orders shifted priority when those other things were put on the table.
So
That's
I
fair.
would recommend that we see what, you can call it column C, or you make a column D, change the 41 to the 82. And I will not touch your sheet.
You mean,
Column C, line 3.
Everything else in column C stands, but
Okay.
moving,
but moving all of it,
correct,
moving the 82,172 into column
yes.
C. Okay, and you're asking me to do that?
I am not
Diana,
gonna
you're
do
in
it.
You're in it now.
Not touching it. No one's touching your
Okay,
spreadsheets,
all right, you
Tom.
hover, all right, I'm with you, because I put formulas in everything,
Okay,
so I just changed the formula.
okay, cool. I'm going to make a suggestion just for illustration's sake, but let me walk through it first to see if this makes sense. Remove row 11 right now, just so we kind of keep anything that's being considered to be put back in kind of separate, and we consider them either on their own or all together. If we do that, we could update the override calculator with our new baseline budget and see what that looks like, and then see what, if people want to see what adding any or all positions back, what the impact would have. Is that a worthy exercise? I feel it would be.
I mean, my feeling on that is, like, we know that it's not gonna reduce the override. Like, we already know that, right? But my feeling is, I'm okay with that for this year, so that we have room to put those task forces together, to have those more strategic conversations around the let's move away from the death by 1,000 cuts thing. Like, let's have that conversation and we have a full more than a year to have that conversation. And because it's not gonna move the needle on the override calculator millions and millions, we're talking about a smaller amount. I don't personally feel the need to go through that exercise, because we know where it's gonna get us, and I would still support putting those positions back in with the differential of the 460 whatever thousand that we didn't find, but did something with.
Now it's 501.
Yeah, now it's 501.
Careful, it's not like we made adjustments and we found alternative funding sources for, it wasn't like all of a sudden we said, oh yeah, we double included these 5 staff members and we can take them out, so now we have.
The only actual savings in the budget, is the reduction in healthcare.
Yeah, right.
Correct.
The only actual savings to the budget is that the cost of healthcare came down a little over 9%. Call it to 10%.
What was that's 190?
190,000.
Yeah, okay.
So that's the actual only reduction to the budget. Everything else is being offset by the new FEFI's policy and taking things out of the budget and putting them in school choice.
But let's focus on that
That's-
number, 190,000. We have a 68K number that was just put on the PE position. I don't know what the dollar amount is for the .4 health teacher. I don't know what the dollar amount is for the math teacher. But if we're looking at that 190,000 compared to those cuts, where does that get us?
I'm just going to point out that we looked at what 500,000 in, call it, net savings would do to the override calculator, and it was significant enough that we said, let's do it. We ended up not pursuing all of that through
But it-
FEFI's.
I think
but
it's
this-
one-
I'm not done, we're not done. We don't know what that number will be if we consider these reductions. We don't know what that's going to look like over time. That's my concern, is I want to do what's best this year, but we need to keep an eye on that bottom right-hand number.
I think the number's 310. Because 190 is the savings. I mean, 310 would, no matter what, even if we just limit ourselves to what the health buyback was, 310,000 is definitely there. So that's the minimum give back, or whatever you would call it, that would affect the override calculator, and the max is the 50, can't see because 501. Even just those two left and right limits would be helpful to kind of assess the difference.
Okay. But the,
I mean, and everyone else can speak to it, though. I responded first in terms of the override calculator activity. If other people want to do it, then we should.
Are we
That
in
was
the
my.
override calculator right now?
no, we haven't gone there yet. If you don't, I guess if you don't want to do that, how else, you just want to, how do you decide what you want to put back? Or are you proposing to put everything that was proposed as a reduction back?
I would. If we're talking about especially if we're going to focus in on that 10% difference, can we get to a number around what that healthcare differential is? How that impacts the FTEs?
So that has been, okay, so that's been accounted for.
Hey, Tom, if we add back FTEs, does that also increase the healthcare number as well? I mean, it's not.
Well, it'll bring the healthcare number up, because remember, one of my explanations of savings Monday night and tonight was an anticipated lower participation because we'll
Right.
have fewer employees. So it's, that's why
It wouldn't be
I would like a
190.
little time to move all the chess pieces around, but, but if that's the direction that you're thinking about, how do we add more back? I think there's some danger there. The long-range look of the calculator is one thing, and that's an academic exercise, right? We've always talked about that as an academic exercise. What the real value is what is going to be our draw from the stabilization fund that presently exists that's already funded. And by the savings going from taking $1.6 million to taking $1.1 million is not insignificant. That's where this delta is going to be realized. That we'll go back to taking a much higher number out of this year, out of money that already exists, the taxpayers already gave us.
Right.
And I think, frankly, part of my charge was to come up with some recommendations around how to extend the life of the existing stabilization fund.
Do the taxpayers want us to cut PE teachers? Do the taxpayers want us to cut a math teacher? I don't know. Those are questions to struggle with, right? I mean.
Oh, yeah, no,
so-
I'm not pretending I know the answers
No, I
to
don't,
those
I'm not
questions.
pretending I do either, yeah.
I think we have to look at this somewhat soberly. We knew this was going to hurt, right? There is no avoiding, I don't think this is going to hurt. If we put teachers back in, it's going to hurt us on the other side with our potential override, right? We're not guaranteed to get that override. There's a lot of costs in this town, right? There's a lot of things coming down the pike, including potentially a new building. So what I've sort of approached this with is what exactly was a non-negotiable for us, right? When it came to those cuts. And I think we all collectively agreed that certainly the counselor position at Winthrop was probably the number one, right? The number two then becomes maybe PE, maybe math. I'm not 100% sure. I know PE probably affects more people, and I don't know if that's a metric we want to use, all right? Limit the damage to the, or make sure that the most people benefit from this. But I think we have to acknowledge that this is going to hurt somehow. So whatever decision we make, it's going to hurt. And I think we have to, to what Tom said, looking at 2- and 3-year budgets, we have to be smart about this. But we don't have to acquiesce entirely to all these cuts. But I do think we have to remind ourselves that there's no way out of this without it hurting.
I think it already has, right? I mean, we went from 6 to 3 to 2 to 1. So, I mean, I think, to the point, you two at least have been good stewards of the finances, right? But did we cut too much, I guess? There comes a point where maybe we were too aggressive, and we can come off it a little bit and still feel a lot of pain, because this is a painful budget, right? And so a lot of painful decisions, but does it have to be extreme pain or just kind of really, really uncomfortable pain? There's levels of pain, right?
Yeah,
So,
totally. And I think that's what I'm sort of getting at. I think we have to make that a collective decision of what our pain tolerance is when it comes to the cuts.
right.
And acknowledge that there's going to be pain on the other side of it too with our long-term budget problems.
I think it's a fair point about the 10% savings that from the healthcare. I mean, if that's 190,000, is that available to reinstate some of these? But you'd have to factor in the healthcare costs. So I don't know what formula that is, or what do we do with that? But I feel like that might be.
And part of the healthcare savings was we were already expecting to take more out to cover the healthcare costs from choice. So that savings was allowing us to not take as much out of the choice fund.
Right, and that's the differential on, I guess, row 2 from columns A, B, and C under healthcare. Right, the 65,000, I won't make this long, I promise. 65,000 was the net savings to healthcare by applying 100,000 to that we would not take out of school choice. In fiscal '26, we're taking $495 out of school choice to fund healthcare. In the budget that we presented a month ago, we were recommending $595 out of school choice. That was before we knew about any of the savings. We didn't know about the savings, frankly, until like a week ago. So now what we're looking at is, okay, can we keep school choice in decent stead and keep that additional 100,000 in savings in school choice? That's what column B does. Column A charges the whole thing, charges the whole school choice to the 100,000. Column B reduces the drag on school choice by 100,000. And column C splits the difference, puts half in the budget, meaning 50,000, right? 50,000 in the budget, 50,000 to school choice. By taking the 65,000, adding 50, we get to 115,000. That's the quickie math on the scenarios in front of you with the healthcare. But
Brian, can I ask a clarifying question? 7 years ago when this meeting began, I think I may have heard you that part of the reason for reinstating the health position was to help with the PE problem. Did I hear that correctly or no?
Yes, that was a suggestion.
It was a suggestion that was made during the budget subcommittee meeting this morning, was that because when the conversation took place around the health reduction at the high school, the thought was that we could increase class sizes and the PE teachers could potentially pick up a health a section of health each semester if necessary. The conversation then turned to, well, if we brought the position back full-time, is there a way that the high school PE teachers could help out in some way at the elementary level? That was just a discussion point as a what if, trying to be creative around the thinking, and I think, we realize that that's got significant challenges to it because of the high school schedule versus the elementary schedule and just the timing around all that.
So if we as a body were to ask to reinstate the .5s at both elementary, would that change your mind on the .4 for the health teacher at the high school?
Point four, I'll tell you, it was my idea because I was trying to solve a problem creatively for elementary PE.
Yeah.
So what if we had 100% health or the 1.0 health at the high school? Because we were explained that if that's reduced, need be, those PE teachers teach health. And I thought, well, PE teachers should teach PE, so why don't you do 100% of a health teacher and have those PE teachers teach at the elementary school? So that was my creative idea, and that's how it got in. But there was a lot of feasibility of, would that actually work?
Right.
So, but I think, I feel like what you were asking though is, so if that suggestion doesn't work, instead of saying, like, we're gonna be adding the 1 FTE for PE in addition to what's been recorded here as the addition of the .4, were you saying instead of or in addition to? Because it's at, like, the addition of the .4 health teacher, that I understand that the genesis of that was trying to solve for PE, but if logistically, contractually, licensing, scheduling, like, that wouldn't actually work, then that kind of takes us back to the drawing board where we're not saying, okay, then we're automatically funding the .4 health teacher.
Right.
If what you were asking is that what,
Yep,
right?
100%,
Like, right,
yep.
Yes.
so what, how does that land instead? Like putting the PE back in, but not health?
Right. If
John,
we
do
do
you
the
would-
2 point, the .5 at each elementary school, put that back in, then we don't need the .4
Yep.
FTE health teacher, because that was the offset of the other one. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
You're like, I'm not sure what
I'm
you
trying to
said,
figure
John.
out just sort of like, what are we looking at here?
Right.
I think it would be helpful
So-
to hear, I mean, if you raise the math that would be a prioritization for you versus the health teacher, like, and we're separating that from PE, that would be helpful to hear.
Looking at the numbers here. So we would change the PE teacher schedules around. So they'd be taking up we'd be reducing our health and wellness by only one section, lifetime sports by 1, and PE 9 by 1. So PE 9 right now is an average class size of 16. With a proposed cut of one section, it would be 19. Lifetime sports, right now is 12 kids. Can't even put 2 baseball teams in the field with that. So with the proposed cut of one section, it'd be up to 15. And the reduction of the health and wellness class by one section would go from 13 up to 15. So we're talking 2 kids per class size. We don't need the .4 in health as much as we need the .4 in math.
Thank you.
What is the cost of a .4 in math?
Well, I think what I would need to do is to look up the current salary of the .6 individual, right? Isn't that what we're talking about, John, to make our .6 math teacher a 1.0? So I'd need to look up that salary and then add .4 to it. I don't have my rosters
I-
with me. I don't have my staff rosters with me.
Well, Ultimately, for me, though, this, I would still be advocating for putting the PE position back in, regardless of what happens with the high school prioritization around health or math. I think it's clear that I'm advocating strongly for the PE position.
So what we need is around 10, 11, 12. Right now, health. So I don't know how accurate these numbers can be in real time, and this is where this,
Well, John's going to go to his office, and he knows the name, which he just, and he's going to go get me the,
Oh, awesome.
this math on the spot. Wow, it's amazing.
John comes back with
Just don't touch the spreadsheet.
I know. So, but under
7
10,
things have changed. I don't know.
under 10, 11, 12, we're going to see if what's in 11 sticks or not. But it looks like I'm hearing people want to entertain putting physical PE teacher back in. And I guess I have a question about that. To get to where we are this year, are we looking at definitely a 1.0? Is a 0.6 in the middle of the road that would make things work, or is it 1.0 FTE to get a similar level of service?
For the PE teacher you're talking about?
Yeah.
Instead of, instead of a 1 FTE for PE, would there be an opportunity for a 0.4 or 0.6 to get us where we need to be so that instruction time isn't reduced? Right, yeah.
And then you're
without a
back to
schedule,
the land
it's
of
back to-
messing with the contractual prep time
Yeah.
that the PE teachers chose not to grieve.
Okay, thank you.
It would also be hard to
Ask
hire
the
someone
question. Yeah.
for that.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
It's not a, that's not
Especially hiring somebody as a
perfect schedule.
0.6 to then convince them to go back and forth between the buildings. Yeah. You're getting it for that.
Thank you.
Just asking the question. Thank you.
No, it's a great question.
All right, so I'm hearing that we want to, what number would you use for you said it's 68? Yeah. Could you, I'm not touching your spreadsheet,
And-
but do you want to put it in a row around 10, 11, 12? So we can see that.
And that is,
Yeah, reinstate the 0.5
Yeah, what
in
what
each
they're
elementary
asking us
school.
to do is add rows in 10, 11, 12, where we're adding all these things.
Yep.
To see what the delta will be there.
yes, what's the position?
The PE.
PE for 68.
Gotcha. Thank you.
It's just late, I'm just giggling, sorry.
As you're giggling, I'm like crying.
We're making progress now.
Yeah, he's actually
Yeah, he's
1
he's
minute out.
coming in, but Tom is also filling in a spreadsheet.
I knew that was coming.
Of course
Great
it
news.
is. Of course it is.
Is this supposed to be?
Oh, yeah, got it.
This says reinstate.
What?
Oh.
Good idea. Are you on? Oh, good, thank you. Yeah, I don't think I'll pick it up from here.
Tom, was that reinstate .5 plus .5 supposed to be the negative to, like, in the?
Oh, it should be, yeah, thank you. No,
Yep.
no, I was,
Good catch.
I was, yep, no, terrific.
It's 69, not 68, or is that just?
Well, I was rounding up because it's not gonna be precise here.
Yeah.
Because there's healthcare costs and stuff in it, yeah.
It's not gonna be, I mean,
Oh, the bar's
I will
really low
make it
for me then.
more perfect when we land.
I love my stuff perfect.
What's that?
I love perfect.
Good to see this number. We're going to take out number 12, or just leave it in there just as a
Change it to
placeholder,
math.
as a thought? As a what?
Change it to math.
Or you could
math.
just create, you can create another line item so
I was
you
just
can
going to say, leave it
compare
of a
That's what I
line.
mean, like,
either or,
So then
yeah,
it's, at least there's an option.
yeah.
Yeah, see what it looks like and then
Yeah.
make decisions.
Yep.
Meg, can I ask you a question?
Yes, Meg, come up and entertain them for a minute, will you?
It is nice having you at the
As
podium.
only Meg can do.
This is the worst form of television right now.
Jokes, party tricks.
I don't have a lot of jokes. I can give you, if you want a movement break, a tour of the set.
Thank you. You mentioned that you're adding in an administrative person to do scheduling for the,
It's an ESL coordinator position, so it's a
Okay.
stipended position. So it's like similar to how the special education program managers are. So they get an additional stipend on top of their 1.0. So that's in the budget line item.
so this person already exists?
Yes.
This and
Yes, so
it's,
we'll put out
and
an
a stipend is being
application.
created to coordinate?
That stipend doesn't exist and hasn't been negotiated at all.
No.
It hasn't been discussed with the union as far as that being a stipended position to be added on to anything.
Not in there. No.
It's a possibility.
So it's not in here? It's not in
It
there?
Is there a
hasn't been
placeholder
negotiated.
in the budget?
There's a
Or discussed
placeholder,
yet.
I think.
It's a placeholder in the budget.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Back to Tom TV.
How'd I do, Tom?
This is awful. Ask her another one. Favorite color?
I'm trying, okay, we have a lot to talk about. I guess as we see this, obviously this number's gonna go down.
Right.
Or down, yeah, it's going down. Checking in, I guess, yeah, no, I'm not even gonna say it. I don't wanna, just wait.
My watch has told me to stand up about 6 times.
Yes, waterbed.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Right. Do need to, yeah, once we finish our discussion, we can take them out of order, but they obviously need to be talking to each other. We have Steffi's allocation vote, we'll put a number to, and the final budget
You
approval.
want me to draft something for that now? I don't have.
Should we recess for a few minutes since we've got some calculating to do, just for a couple of minutes? Because
Yeah,
we're
probably.
sitting in silence and I know people need to get up and
Yeah,
stretch.
give Tom a minute.
Committee move to
Yeah.
recess, yes, I'm hearing
Yes.
unanimous. Okay, we'll
Yep.
recess for about 5 minutes. I don't know how long this is gonna take. We'll recess for about 5 minutes until we call back to order.
you take it off?
Have it? Is it,
I mean, it's very basic. I'll
I mean, yeah, sorry. But they'd be two separate, though.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. are calling back to order.
I don't know. I'm just trying to get ahead of whatever, I don't know where the conversation takes us. I think with
11:31. Okay. So I see Tom, Tom, you put in
I did.
some scenarios if positions were to be
Correct.
reinstated. So we saw that essentially that $500,000 number in savings go down to $300,000.
389.
Now, this scenario, scenario still in, so
Sorry, yes, savings.
this is the budget action items, 3.5. It's on the, the live Google spreadsheet. So it's the middle categories here of costs back into the budget. Obviously, so we started with reinstating the Winthrop School Counselor position. We talked about tonight, have me do a quick ad on reinstating the shared .5 and .5 elementary PE position. I rounded it up to 69,000. I didn't go look up the precise amount, but I just rounded it up. We're talking now about increasing the high school math position by a .4, which would have a price tag of $43,582. So this next one on the .4 health at the high school, that's a question. What is your pleasure with that? I didn't take that out. I didn't know where you guys were heading.
I think we heard from Mr. Mitchell that the priority is math,
Okay,
not both.
so
I
we'll
agree.
do that.
That's what I would do.
So then that does not get reinstated and that reduction remains.
Yep.
what was the exact number before? The 5, when it was,
It was like 501.
Okay. So I guess,
the difference is 87,579. Adding in, because we had already sort of, the 501, that's not correct, because the 501 had already included the 74.
It included the right.
Yep, okay.
501 included the Winthrop counselor and included the elementary health. And it included the reinstatement of .4. So we're adding in 2 positions, reinstating the 1.0 shared elementary PE, and increasing high school math, and I guess not adding in or not adding back the .4 health at the high school.
okay.
I think that looks
that-
good to me.
So the number is 413 now, is it?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I was just wondering if we could maybe highlight that impact that was sort of stated before in terms of the math, adding the math back in. I feel like you highlighted some things, but just really understanding that the student impact around that would be helpful, because that was new tonight. So if you could reiterate.
Like right now, you want him to,
Sorry?
you want him to repeat it now?
It would be helpful, I think.
Sure, so if we did lose that 1.0 math, we would not be able to offer personal finance. The class size would probably go from 12. So sometimes when you're trying to have sections, it doesn't divide well by 3 or 2. So you kind of have to go one or the other. And then, so the pre-calc class probably would have been like 24. We wouldn't be able to offer, and some of these might still happen. We wouldn't be able to offer physics honors at the honors level. Students have to choose either AP or CP2. But I think the biggest sting would probably be the personal finance. So I think if we did get that .4 back, we would definitely, those 2 classes we'd have back would be personal finance.
How many kids typically enroll in that AP class, do you know?
So the AP Computer Science class had, so we have AP Computer Science Discoveries, which has like 23 kids. That's fine, it's a different teacher. But there's an AP Computer Science Programming that only has 1 student in it. there's another student who meets concurrently in that same block who's taking it at the honors level, but not the AP level. So there's 2 kids in that section. So that's likely going to be a cut anyway. But not a huge loss. Like, I think personal finance, we've got, I think, 2 sections running with 23 kids in it right now, each one.
How many kids, sorry?
So in personal
2
finance?
sections, yeah.
2 sections, like 23 each, I think it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, so is everybody comfortable with column C, the way it stands right now?
Yes.
Okay. So, Tom, have you gone through the exercise of, I don't even know what document that was.
I'm a little pleased to get to the bottom line.
And compare notes. Oh, no, that's not right.
Do we know if ICAM shuts off at midnight?
I don't.
Want me to ask? Oh, shoot. What are we gonna do?
Brian's still in the booth, so.
It would be on YouTube, okay.
If we pull it up now, it'll be like.
If we pull it up now, what? I don't know that movie, but Honey's on fire tonight.
I'm not gonna lie that I thought about it a bunch of times. Like you would think it was funny if I pulled it up and then did this. No one else would know. This is us now. I'm sorry. Oh, reel it in.
Watching the meeting?
It's 11:40.
I just, while we're waiting, and I don't care that this is on camera, I asked for the custodian to just put some ice melt outside down
Great.
I heard it's
down
pretty
the
rough
stairs
out
and
there.
into the driveway, but I can't guarantee that the driveway, the parking lot itself won't be a little bit slick, so we need to be careful when we do leave. Just now.
Fast forward it, see what happens. Oh, it's so great.
No, just three, pain and twig grants, ongoing programmatic enrichment, and ongoing instructional enrichment. I wouldn't call them separate funds, because that's... Oh, okay. For ongoing instructional enrichment, period.
Because Mary's covering her other five.
Yeah.
Mary's covered.
Yeah.
And so then, yeah, so somebody needs to pick
Oh,
up.
I didn't get to 42 million. Did you get
No,
to 40?
mine was wrong.
Okay, I was going to say,
I
whoa,
think that's
I
what
didn't
we're
even
doing.
think that off.
Sorry, no,
No,
because I didn't know what, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was trying to be helpful.
No, I love that part. I'm all in. You want the bottom line number?
Yes, please.
41 million,
Hang on, sorry. 41,
467, 490.
So yes, he was putting something in.
Which is a 1.15% increase. And I updated tab,
Say that.
no,
Thank you.
I'm just, I updated the tab 2, so it's,
So
Do
this,
we want to announce that number first, so everyone can,
announce that, Tom, if it's all,
do we need to turn the cameras back on?
they're on.
They're on.
This
Oh.
was
Been on.
So Tom, what did you calculate?
okay, so with the budget actions that the committee is deliberating and has deliberated and provided some direction around, reinstatement of the Winthrop counselor, reinstatement of the shared elementary PE teacher, increasing high school math by 0.4 FTE, and moving the elementary health teacher from the Payne grant to the budget. That is having a net effect, impacting the budget with a savings of now down to $413,421. Rolling all that into each of the 13 budget parts. The overall FY27 school budget becomes $41,467,490. $41,467,490. Not changing any of the available revenues from the town, of course, but that does increase our draw from stabilization from the number you saw earlier tonight to $1,185,295. And I only want to specifically call that out because eventually in the motion that we'll need to make to the floor of town meeting, that number will need to be specifically identified. So the floor of town meeting needs to know the whole number and needs to know the stabilization draw. So budget making the adjustments that you've just spoken about and I've just rattled off, $41,467,490.
Okay, so that's about roughly $400,000 less than the 2.5 budget. Okay. Can you, when I'm looking at the blue box from the original document to this one, where did it go? Maybe it's just a Excel situation. The net percent increase, oh, I see, because when I look at the stabilization, it looks like it's minus 25%, but that's based on the last number you had in there, not the 2.5 number?
No, that last column is a comparison to FY26. It's not a comparison to the prior iteration of fiscal '27.
Oh, okay.
So we're taking 25% less out of stabilization in '27 than we did in '26.
That's good. And it was 2.95 in the original blue box? That's what I'm trying to understand, a negative 25 to a positive 2.95 in the original.
Well, let me make sure that those haven't changed.
28.96% before. Here's the original one.
Oh, what am I looking at?
That was from from
a
3,
difference
that was
there?
from 3.5, I don't know what.
So, yeah, so
Oh, yeah, no,
we're now
this
on
is-
Rev 4. So if you're going back to February 4th,
Yeah,
so February 4th, the draw from stabilization anticipated to be 1,647,716.
yeah.
That was 2.95% higher than the draw from fiscal '26.
Okay.
That's the comparison of that last column.
So we're that much lower than last year.
Oh, dramatically so, yes. That was, and I
Okay.
believe that was part of our goal,
Yeah.
to draw less out of stabilization, not grow that number, but decrease that number.
I didn't realize it would swing the percentage that much. It just really stood out to me, but that's great news.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so, any further discussion on the budget?
No.
No, no, no.
Oh, we gotta go
how
12 more
about the,
minutes, don't we? Come on, people.
Filibuster for 12
We
more
have,
minutes.
we can still go 12 minutes on the whole meeting because we have other agenda items
Oh,
to
no.
close out.
Oh, we do.
Let's get some motions going.
So
I,
next,
well, I do want to say, you know, this has been a grueling process, I think, for all players involved. You know, as I said earlier, this is the first time that we've really had to make significant reductions and movement in the budget. Thankfully, we've been able to bring back a lot of what was originally reduced through, you know, some cost savings, i.e. the healthcare, and then the whole FEFI's policy change. Understanding that while I hope we take a vote and pass a budget this evening and then carry that budget through town meeting, as Haley pointed out, the discussion's not nearly over because this funding cliff is still there, and we've still got to figure out other ways and how we're going to manage and run our school system. And I think, you know, moving forward as we've talked about, not to prolong it, but, you know, looking at grade configurations, looking at administration configurations, looking at co-teaching model, looking at, you know, anything and everything, and not only how we can run the system differently and better, but also looking at what other funding sources are out there, to Paul's point. You know, are there other grants? You know, I don't know that we're going to see too much from the feds in the next couple of years. In fact, we might be looking at a deficit in Title I from an email that we got late this afternoon. So there's a lot of work to continue to be done.
true. All right, so next up, we have the FEFI's distribution category allocation vote.
Do we need to vote on this budget now?
No, we're gonna do that first, because that informs the new budget. So, yeah, that's,
Vote on FEFI's.
we're doing FEFI's, then the budget, yep. We talked about, we shouldn't formally vote it, our
Oh,
policy
okay.
said we were
Oh,
gonna
right.
vote it.
Okay.
So, and again, we're just voting on allocation 3.
Yep.
The others are just, yes, okay,
The others will fall into place.
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I move to approve the FEFI's distribution allocation to the ongoing instructional enrichment in the amount of $390,000.
Second.
Okay, moved by Haley, second by Jenny. Further discussion, all in favor? Passed, great. Next up is the FY '27 budget potential approval.
I move that the school committee approve the fiscal year '27 school budget in the amount of $41,467,490, which will include the restoration of 1 FTE Winthrop School Counselor, 1 FTE Shared Elementary PE Teacher, 1 FTE High School Math Teacher, and moving 0.6 Math Teacher. What was it?
0.4.
0.4 math
I'm
teacher.
sorry. In my mind, we were moving to. Are we good? Want me to repeat?
I am following. Does anybody else need a repeat?
I'm following.
Okay. And moving 1 FTE elementary health teacher from Payne Grant to the budget.
Second.
Jenny. Further discussion? All in favor? Great. Is there any new business?
No.
Okay. There's no consent agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved by Jenny, second by Jen. All in favor?
Yay!
At 11:52.
Good job, team.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.